Anyways, good evening everyone, and welcome to pretty much the calm before the storm with Final Fantasy 16, since tonight we're really just doing a bunch of side quests. Is there even any point redoing these side quests on New Game Plus? Like, are there any... Do you actually even get anything worthwhile outside of doing this part thing, this and
Oh,
such?
I wasn't expecting you back so soon.
Okay.
I'll be here
We'll
waiting.
see though. We'll see. Like, at that point, I would pretty much be skipping cutscenes and all that other stuff just to get through them ASAP, if I need to do them. But it's fine. Either way, we'll see when I even redo this. Anyways, how's it going, everyone? Hope everyone had a good weekend, and I hope everyone's week has been going well. And, as the title pretty much says, Calm Before the Storm, aka, we do as many side quests as we can tonight. Do I want to know? It's fine.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It's fine.
It
I'll
depends
get to
what
it
it
in
is.
time.
A
Since I'm pretty
Bero,
much doing
who
all of these
recently
on
freed
stream
from his
tonight.
bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because
Well,
he wants to be a
it doesn't,
scout.
does it even really matter if I do
Ranks
it
are
last
filled
at
with
this
men and
point?
women capable of breaking chains
Since,
and putting slavers to the
considering it's
sword.
an action game,
But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why
well,
we still rely so
you can
heavily
pretty
on
much make
Gav.
do of anything at that
Since he
point.
accompanies
Even,
you on so many of
aside
your
from just the fact
missions,
that you have to do more
I thought you
hits.
might be better placed to recognize the
But even then, I
traits
doubt it
that
would be
we should
that
look for
bad.
in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
And like I said, I'm just doing the side quest
So you happy to
today,
oversee
so
Bero's test, then?
it also doesn't even matter.
One can never have too many
It's
scouts.
not like I'm going to do the finale
Fewer
tonight.
words.
And I'm
Let
also
the
saving the
initiate know
hunts
that you'll be
for
attending his trial,
for the finale as well,
in readiness.
since those shouldn't take
No
that
time
long.
like
Outside of
today.
like hunts
No time
outside
like
of the
the
ones
present.
that are,
I'll await you there.
I assume some are tied to some side quests.
Northreach.
That's
I
fine.
suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Doesn't really matter that much to me either way. Anyways, here we go. Scare your PS5 overheating? Well, how long has it been on for?
Zol might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing
Well,
his recruits.
obviously I haven't had the issue yet, but granted, I don't even use my PS5 that often nowadays. At least ever since I got my gaming laptop last year. That's pretty much where I'm gaming for the most part. But like I said, I barely use my PS5 as much, outside of when I get the games that have been releasing.
Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
How about notorious for overheating
of course.
PS5s?
Thank you, Sid.
We'll see, we'll
Sergeant says
see.
you'll be evaluating me at my
Cause like I
trial.
said, I don't turn on my
Scout,
PS5.
yes.
Well, like I said, I
You are
haven't
aware of
been
the
using my
dangers inherent
PS5
in that
as
role.
often.
I am. But I
Like even
swore
when
I'd
I'm
face
streaming
it,
games,
just like the man who
a
saved
fair
my
amount of them
life.
I'm able to play on PC
Who would
too
that
now.
be?
So
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic.
and most of the time when
no
I'm gaming in
support, just
general, I'm
one
pretty
man
much
and
on
his
PC too.
nose. Came and sniffed me out.
Nowadays, when I'm
He
not
taught me
streaming.
what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's
we'll
savior,
see.
just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember.
Like the only game
It sounds
outside
like
of
you're
new
under no
releases that are
illusions.
exclusives
So
for
to
the
this path, you'll want to
PS5 for a
fight
bit,
Cursebreaker.
So, what?
I'm pretty much gonna be playing. Like
My
Street Fighter
path.
6 is the only other game I would be
You haven't
playing
even
on
started yet.
streaming from my
Now listen.
consoles. Which even then, I'm mostly playing it on PC.
Not far
Having it
from
on
here is
console
an
just really to
Imperial
stream
lookout,
it.
Eastwatch.
Did my
With
Reverie come
guards
in?
there record all
It's
their
coming in
sightings in a
tomorrow.
logbook. You are to find it
it's in my city now,
and bring it
if
here.
anything, but it's not getting delivered till tomorrow, which
Here, right.
it's almost here.
Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the
But did they?
logbook would be quite
I heard they
sufficient.
fixed the
You
bug,
need to
the
assess the
ability link
situation,
bug on PC,
determine
but
a point of entry,
I assume it's
create a
not out on
distraction
consoles
and
yet,
effect an
right?
escape, all without being discovered and
But
thrown into
I'm
an
probably not gonna
Imperial
start on it
evil
until next week anyway, so
Gav isn't our best scout because he can
I'll
do
wait it
everything.
out until it gets
It's
patched
essential
in.
that you know your limits.
Know my limits. Right. I won't let you down.
Wouldn't it be easier for them to do it on PC? At least considering the person they have behind the person and his team on
It
it.
shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out.
I can see why it
But
would
keep
come
the
out on
lever
PC
him all
for
the same, would you?
it'd be faster for them
On
on
my way.
PC and all.
All right, Ember. Impress me.
Considering how effective that person has been with PC ports of Falcon games in general.
Let's go.
I assume it wouldn't be as bad either, as there is along the way. And yeah, in general, I figured it was probably easier for him to get out first on PC versus the other stuff. Which hopefully it doesn't take too much longer anyways, but we'll see. Because, like I said, I'm not going to start on Reverie till next week at the earliest anyways.
Perhaps young Ember really is ready.
Remember?
Maybe not.
Just as we said you were ready. I probably won't anyways, just because
Ember, draw your
I might be...
sword!
I'm probably going to be streaming Street Fighter 6 over the weekend, if anything. Especially since I plan to at least enter one PlayStation tournament for it.
You'll have to go through me.
Oh, second step too early? Not messing with Odin. I just haven't played around with the stuff. That should be good. I actually like this cut at the moment. I was thinking, like, I wouldn't mind replacing the Phoenix one. Just because I'm not really using it much outside for damage. I just haven't looked into it, is all. Nice.
Ember, are you?
They run away.
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
I do like the Titan ability, but I know there's that one ability you can master, and then you can just replace it on something else on one of your other summons. I know there's that, but I just haven't really looked into it otherwise. But I assume most of it pretty much has to do with this or something. Not really about it, because I pretty much just got it, and at that point, I was continuing the story as well, so I didn't really look into it much. Which I do have a lot of ability points I could spend. But I probably would replace Ifrit if I were to. He has his own gauge. Well, I guess now's the time I need to just try it out. Oh, I basically killed every single screen as in boss. Does giant damage. Hmm. Well, I'm just trying to look at which one I drop. Well, I'm just looking at which one I had to replace now at this point, in general. Well, maybe I could replace something else here. Honestly, I wouldn't mind replacing this Giga Flare. So I can at least give him this. You don't like the smaller abilities? Hey, yo, Z, welcome to the stream and thank you for the 28 months. Damn. Over 2 years. No. Really just hit me. Thank you for the support, Z. I hope your week's been well too. Are you still moving? Are you in your new place now, or are you still in your new? Are you in your new place now, but still sort of in the process of getting things sorted out and such? Or by the way, hope your week's been well, Dozy. Still packing things? Okay, gotcha. Need to upgrade the ability. Up, like in general for his stuff, or we're prepping everything to move. You're prepping everything to move everything in one day. Gotcha. Just to be efficient and such. Because it definitely sucks having to spend multiple days trying to move. It definitely sucks. So I guess, what things would I undo then? Guess I can do all of this. Kept for level 3. Okay, I'll do this for sure then. Hmm. Is this worth keeping numbers, or can I just make do with these two abilities for the time being? Until I get more points and such. Yeah, also doing repairs on the old place. Okay, gotcha. Dancing Steel is the only one you like? Might as well at least get it. Oh wait. You could get rid of the fire abilities? Oh yeah, true. Yeah, since I'm not really using this. If I'm using Odin instead. Cool, barely enough to master. And yeah, I'll replace this one since I feel with this. I can see uses, but even then, I have other ways to deal with it. Yeah, the fire. I've replaced it, the Phoenix stuff in general, so you're right. I might as well just take away the pointer that I use it for this instead. I might as well at that point. Equipment that raises the amount of grade you get from the dancing steel. Interesting. Which, we'll get to it if we can get to it. Anyway, Z, how's the Street Fighter 6 grind going? If you've been playing. Because I know you were also on
Didn't
Unite
expect
for
you
a
back
bit
so
this week
soon.
too.
Where is Ember? How
But
did
guys, I know
feel?
you're also focused on movies, so I can understand why if
Thought I'd
you
find
aren't.
him with you. He must have fled. I followed
Oh,
him to
you
East
have it?
Watch, where I
I'll
found
look in
him
a
being
bit.
set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in
Oh.
your direction, but apparently not.
So he didn't make
I'm
it.
sorry, Sid.
Or he's
I
not
knew the boy had a nervous
present
streak,
at the
but
moment.
It seemed like
The right man for the job?
Oh, here he is.
I believe this is the logbook you tasked
You'll
me
be on
with
Street Fighter for a
retrieving.
while. Game is too fun. I don't blame you at all, Z, because the
Don't you
game is
tell me
fun.
You breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has
But you
been
got
his
caught.
and he did it all on his own.
But you did do it. I won't
Sid,
deny that.
please.
He
You
what
did
he
do
thought was
it.
best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course.
You can at least give him
We will
credit.
await
He
your
did it at
evaluation back
least.
at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
Okay, well, before I continue, I already have it. Hmm. Is it something I have to craft at the hideaway?
This won't be an easy decision.
I'm gonna assume it's something like that, because at least I didn't remember seeing anything like that. Copper Ultima? Hmm. Oh, bottom three. Hmm. Okay. I can get rid of attack at that point since I already have this. Wait, actually, can I switch this out for something else? I feel like I got something, but maybe not. Oh, this works. But anyways, hope the Street Fighter 6 grind has been going well, Z.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome
Which,
back,
well,
Sid.
Mostly, you know, at least on PC, I was able to get my character to Masters.
Wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial.
So,
And from what I hear,
it is nice to finally get there,
No,
which,
they most certainly did
it's
not.
an interesting tale to say the least with me getting to Masters.
Ember lost his nerve in the face
I've
of
been
a
doing
beast of
everything
prey,
ASAP.
but he didn't lose heart,
I've been getting them along the way as I could.
and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid.
I'll give it
Fact
to him just
remains, however,
because
that
I do
Ember
agree with
will
that.
not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back,
Like,
Ember
the only
is
thing I
little
just
more
haven't
than
done
a
lately are the
liability.
hunts.
Wait, Sergeant.
But I'm almost done with the
Ember
hunts as
still has
well.
much to learn,
As well.
And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance nonetheless.
Which
After
I'll
all,
do the hunts next time, but
he did
either way,
as
I'm
you
not in a
asked.
rush for it.
with a bit of hard work, any
Which,
hand can be
I'll
made
just get to the
hold
other
blood.
side quests here,
Any
considering
mind
how
can
much there
conquer
is
its
here.
fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that lock, young Ember here has shown he has a conk and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Good luck with that.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the Cursebreakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
Good nerd.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for... Chump.
Okay. I'll skip some dialogue in between as well.
This...
Things really do.
Just 'cause I don't really
these
care
days. That's why we
too
need men
much
like them
about
more
it.
than ever. Men who can make them remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Anyways, Street Fighter 6. Got to Masters on Monday. But the funny thing about it... Like, I'll skip some of it if I sort of know the meaning, but like, if there's anything cool that happens, I don't mind listening to it. And like, regardless, I'm pretty much doing all of them here tonight. But yeah, back to Street Fighter 6 though. I'll turn in my reports first. Actually I could do that later. But Street Fighter 6 got the Masters on Monday, and funny enough, on Monday, I was planning to play then regardless.
This is it then, brother.
But then I saw a tweet earlier that mentioned the game would be on maintenance from what the tweet said 8 a.m. PST and then something in Japanese time. The only thing that sucked for me was I wasn't aware of the Japanese time they mentioned. And I just saw 8 a.m. so I was just like, okay, cool. It'll be ready by the time I'm home later tonight. And then I tried playing around 8 p.m. and then the game said it was on maintenance. I was like, oh, they meant... And then that's when I realized the Japanese time. And realized they probably meant 8 p.m. instead of a.m.
Indeed.
But thankfully they did give us a time frame of when the maintenance would end. So I was able to wait till then. But regardless, like, my climb to Masters from Diamond 5... I will say, that was legit the easiest grind in my life to climb and rank to Masters. In comparison to everything else.
Don't say nothing. It's
Like,
nothing.
so the rank system itself is already much easier than Street Fighter 5 to where worst, the worst case if you win, you always gain a consistent 50 LP regardless if you're above or below your opponent's rank. And with losing, regardless of the rank reasons, you're only losing 40 LP at most, so you only have the potential to gain more compared to losing. Unless you go on a really bad losing streak at that point, which it can happen. It's happened to me before as well. And it's happened to me in the past a lot too. But when you fight against Masters players that have a lot of LP, you get ridiculous. You get like at most 250 points in LP, which is a lot to say the least. And why my rank grind in Masters was not that bad. And why it took so... It didn't take that long either. And that's why, like, literally, after maintenance happened, I think I only played... Oh yeah, I only played 2 matches. One, I went 2-1, but I gained over 400 points. And then I fought someone else in Masters who was in low Masters, but he was still Masters, so I gained a bit more than needed. So hence, I ended up getting to Masters as a result. So yeah, I have a Canon Masters now.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father.
Yes, I have it here. If you
Now,
would
I
do
probably
us
will
the
have to
honor,
do it
my
again
lord.
later anyways, with rank resets and such being a thing. But I'm okay with rank resets nowadays, since otherwise I would pretty much lose motivation to play Street Fighter 6 at this point, if it wasn't going to be a thing.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before
And truth be
he
told, I was
left for
actually
Phoenix
planning to
Gate.
stream Street Fighter
What
6
are
this
the
week instead of
plans he's
doing
got?
this until like the
His
weekend,
plans
but
for the duchy, Your Grace.
I'm probably going to be
Your
finishing
father
this
entrusted them
first
to my
before the weekend.
predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me.
But I am
Complete
thinking about entering some
emancipation of
online tournaments with
bearers
Street Fighter
was their
6 over the
stated
weekend.
aim.
At least one.
But your father's dream did not end there.
I'm not sure if I
His
will,
Grace
but
also spoke of building
I am
hospices
considering
to
it.
care for those stricken by the curse,
We'll see though.
and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the
Which,
blight
well,
spreading ever more
see,
widely
now here's your
across the
chance to see
twins,
more of my Ken.
Archduke Elwyn saw this
Along the
as
way.
the only means of securing
Because there are
Rosalia's
some things I
survival.
have been picking up
He
on
wished
and
to see
using
Elwyn bearers treated
during
as
my
equal.
matches.
To see
I'm still trying to
centuries of common
optimize other
wisdom
things,
overturned.
but
Small
I feel like
wonder
I've
it
picked
might
up
be
on
the
a fair
achievement
amount of
his
things, to
life.
say the least, at this point.
But he thought it achievable
Despite
nonetheless.
the game only being a
Had he not,
month-ish old at the
he would
moment.
never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
This makes me wish I could stream
It's
Street Fighter
true
6
that
on
those
PC,
most
but
loyal to your father
that'll
were
be
the
another
first to
time.
suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
I actually didn't pay attention to what was being talked about here, other than just go to where I'm supposed to go and such. Anyways, there's a lot that definitely happened over the weekend that I talk about that I didn't really get to talk about because of not being around, not streaming, but Rashid being legal at Evo. I'm already surprised that Rashid was coming out before Evo. And the league, whether Rashid should be legal or not, is fairly debatable. Because I pretty much see both sides of the arguments. And personally,
The Archduke Elwyn entrusted me with the delivery of a gift.
this rule isn't anything new, since Capcom's pretty much established this since the start of Street Fighter 5.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha.
The only thing is, like, this situation hasn't happened since Street Fighter 5's first year,
And to
so
our father.
I merely did my
it's
duty,
weird.
as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady,
Since the Sonar just really hasn't
perhaps you could
happened
explain a
lately.
little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
But it's
As
nothing
I'm sure
new
you
though,
know,
with Capcom's
it has long
rules.
been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes.
Personally, I am okay with it because I do feel a week and a half is plenty of time to lab a matchup and such.
An
But I do see the argument with where the character is new and there could be anything like, say, the character's bug or just something game breaking to where she actually shouldn't be legal.
Even before they could be completed.
So there's also that as well. But like regarding if there's enough time to learn or not, I do think a week and a half is enough to learn a character, or at least fight a fair amount of them.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish.
But I'm not going to EVA this year or competing there, so
Not these. Works in progress.
what can I?
But with his
What am I
grace
to say?
long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing.
I don't even plan on being Rashid either.
than for you
I do
to
think he
do
looks
so.
cool in this game though.
Thank you.
To where I'll at least try him out.
What say you, Clive?
I'm not sure if I'll try him out on stream though, because granted, I still need to buy the Ultimate Edition. I still need to buy the character pass in general on my PlayStation.
Oh, I am
But
such
I'm thinking about
precious.
I'm thinking about. I'm not sure if I'll even buy the Ultimate Edition since I already have it on PC,
Though it may be a
and
matter
I'm not
of
really
good
planning to
deal
play on
more than
consoles much
simply
outside
happening
when I
upon
do
it.
want to stream the game.
It's found in the bellies of Elder Griffins,
But we'll see.
you see. We do at least know where to find one.
I might be able to get them for free actually,
Certain
if I use my
specimen has
fighter's
made its
coin,
nest
so
in Titan's wake.
which I would be down
Familiar.
to, honestly.
Certain specimen.
You are
But we'll
most
see.
deceptive, Your Grace.
We shall
In
see.
answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
But anyway,
Let's wait
I
till it's
digress. Anyways, what else can I talk about? Oh yeah, and then Trails into Reverie pretty much talked about that.
Fly, Ambrosia.
It'll be coming in tomorrow, so not too much longer till I get my hands on it.
Nice piece,
But I probably won't
Joshua.
start on it till Monday next week. Maybe even later, maybe even Wednesday or later in the week, depending on how things turn out. So we shall see.
There it is. The House Rosfield. That's Charlie.
Ouch. Okay. I'm playing on the action difficulty, so pretty much normal mode. Ouch.
I needed that.
Okay, I need to figure out how to use this ability though. I really need to figure it out. Oh, I have to hold square. Okay. Well, I messed up. Oh, it glitched? Oh well. Might as well build it up. More time to get used to this, if anything. Okay, now I get it. Well, it definitely shredded. I can definitely see the difference. I just need to be more aware of it on what it does. If we're gonna restart the fight? Who knows, honestly? Who knows? Oh, was I just out of range? Maybe that's why. Maybe I was just out of range. Okay, maybe that's why. It definitely will take me a bit of time to get used to, but this is something I can adjust to, though. I might as well use this. I'm not even using the Phoenix dash to get in. So it worked for me, honestly. Oh wait, it's already like this. I don't even need to do this then. Oh, look at the damage in. Okay, that's a lot. Oops, I didn't time that. Oh wait, I might actually push him out. Thinking about it. Let me move him back in, just in case. Oh wait, I was on the wrong ability. Oops. Oh, that should be fine. Okay, I'll finish him off now.
It's over.
But damn, that is strong. I'll make do of this, though.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
This works for me either way, though.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yeah, I probably won't be getting to that in a while
This
then.
radiant luster like frozen
As
flame.
nice as
It
the
is
idea
just as your
sounds,
father
I've already built up
described
Mega
it.
Flare at this point.
Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your
Don't
father
really
would
have
be
any other
so
abilities I would want to get rid of.
Lady Goditha,
Okay,
the
New Game
Lapidary is
Plus.
ready.
Eh,
Thank you,
we'll
sir.
see. Well,
I will
I
be
definitely
looking
want to do
shortly.
New Game Plus,
If
but
you would
I'm not going to do
excuse
it
me,
on stream.
I shall have the stone
It's something I'll
cut
do on my
and
own
set
time when I
forthwith.
feel like it. But I can see it in that case. I would definitely replace the Titan's
The
abilities.
armbands are complete. Pray,
And
take them.
probably
They
the
are
other
yours,
ability from Odin
after
too.
all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring
So I
than
can see
Garnet,
it.
or even Ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion.
And I pretty much keep the
And the
Garuda stuff
graven
because
vines encircling
the staggers and all.
stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy.
When cycling the lesser
Enemies who would
boss,
thwart his
says.
vision. Only with unwavering
I can see
devotion
that
would they
though.
be realized.
I can see that.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed.
Impulse?
His grace knew the enormity of
The other
task he
ability
had entrusted
Odin has,
you,
I assume?
But this was more than just a message. It was a promise.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for
I can
remaining
see it though.
steadfast
I can see
custodian
it.
of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand.
Oh, from Bahamut.
The
Okay,
Undying
gotcha,
told me that
gotcha.
after father died, mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future.
The one that
In
shoots
the
light
days
darts.
before the disaster at
Okay,
Phoenix
gotcha,
Gate,
gotcha.
I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time
It's
was
okay.
short. So I took up the armbands
It's
and
okay.
I fled into the night.
At least you saved your own skin.
Yet my
And
duty
we're
to
here
the father
today.
was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin.
Knowing you're here is good enough for
And
us.
so my pursuit continued.
And not to mention, at least the mother
Until
is
Lord
dead.
Cyril appeared
I
before me.
am a little salty we
He
didn't get to kill the
informed me
mother
that his
ourselves,
grace's
but
will had been
at
recovered,
least she did pay for her.
and that his sons
For
were
being a
alive and
POS,
well.
essentially.
Lady Goditha,
England stress and builds up
on
break
behalf of my
damage,
father
big percent
and all
damage.
the people of Rosaria,
I can see it. I can see
thank you
that.
for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your grace, for coming back to us,
Not even.
for giving my service.
Either way, she still
your
treated
name.
us like shit, to say the least. She's still a piece of shit, to say the least.
The bands seem
And considering she was there when we were growing up.
It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest...
Nothing
that you
changes
make
the
your
fact
way
that
to
she's
your
a piece of
father's
shit, though.
memorial atop
To where I
Hogwarts
would have wanted to
Mountain,
enter her I would have
to
wanted to
see
enter
that you
myself.
have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your...
Thank you, Cyril.
Thanks.
Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Anyways, what else happened when I wasn't streaming? What else? Oh yeah. Pretty much on the final season of Fairy Tail now. Finished part 2. And, I'm like almost 40-ish more episodes left. Or actually, I think it's like 45 episodes I have left at this point.
Save the world? Of course.
Which, man,
To have overcome Father's political enemies.
hard to believe I started on it
Less certain,
at the end of April.
especially knowing what we know now.
And that, now here I am.
is truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped.
But Naruto's arc was
Knowing
dope
he
to
was with
watch.
us would have
As well
made
as
the
Fairy
difference.
Tail Zero.
It's just back there.
The part with getting the part with getting the guild members back. I'll admit, I get why it's doing it. And I guess at the very least, I'm glad it's not like going that slowly yet. Slowly with getting them back together. At least so far, but I guess it really depends on how long
Father always
it
fought
takes.
for what he believed was right.
But at least it's enjoyable enough on its own.
It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting. for me.
People hate the arc. Shrugs. I'm not even done with that part yet,
No matter how fate conspired against
so I can't
him,
say yet.
he never lost heart.
I can tell it's not gonna be that up. I can tell it's not gonna be up there for me.
To me,
But at least I get why they're
he
doing
was
it.
the greatest of men. I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
For a second out, one thing I was worried about was the fact that Sting got fat, but
We all
but
have,
then
Clive,
Yukino did her thing. I was like, oh, phew. Because
and we'll keep
if
trying.
Sting remained fat for the entire arc, I was like, man, what a disappointment. I would have been disappointed if they did that to him.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may.
I'm still curious to see what's going to happen next, though.
As
I am
we
still
follow in your
curious.
footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Things are running at the end.
Onward.
I can see that, but at the same time,
Onward
it's not like they could just have.
to the end.
Well, I guess they could have, but at the same time, all of Fairy Tail fighting him at once while being exhausted, to say the least, and still winning over a fresh thing. It was probably gonna be one or the other, so. And for what it leads to, I can deal with it. They definitely would have done some anime plot armor. It would have been either Sting surrendering or granted, it was already anime plot armor with Sting surrendering. But then it would have been either that or them winning in some ridiculous way. But I digress.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price.
Second strongest guild loses to the B team.
Come again. Or don't.
And it's really just
Still alive,
Juvia
are
that
ya?
wasn't. It was really only Juvia that was the quote unquote underpowered person.
Thank you, Karen.
Who was pretty much there with Gray to support him and such. Everyone else though, Urza, Gray, Gajeel, and Loxus being there.
You can do
They still would have
this.
been a powerhouse at that point.
Go on then.
Like they could have just replaced Juvia and that with one of the three. With either Wendy or Mira Jane to do something, but oh well. Anyways, which other side quests are available? Silver Linings, Three's Company. They're gonna have to do something either way, though.
Thank you, Uncle.
B team is stronger than A team.
As for down here,
Honestly, it was really just Juvia that made it the B team, anyways. They could have legit replaced her with any of the other three that went to rescue Lucy at that point, and it would have been an immediate A team.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive.
Everyone else was
Terrible nobleman.
Everyone else on the
Tell
team
me,
was
is
dope
the realm
otherwise.
truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
Second VA?
I
He has
suppose I
two
should have
VAs here?
expected the worst. But I was rather hoping
no
the
idea.
great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas,
Oh yeah,
it seems
these
that firm leadership
first
is in
one passed
short
away.
supply these
Oh,
days,
rip.
and without it,
That's
people are
unfortunate.
bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that
Oh yeah,
face
Z,
us
since
are
you're here.
many,
Not sure you heard me
but
talk
in
about
my
how my
estimation, there are
road
two
to
key
Masters ended
areas
up
to be addressed
going once I
before
got
any
into
other.
Diamond 5, but
Realm's armies
in case you
and
weren't,
our larders.
I'm just
As
gonna
you
tell
have
you
seen
straight
firsthand,
up,
it's every man and
my
woman for
journey from
themselves out there.
Diamond 5
Seven
to
cities have
Masters
banded together to try
was
and
legit
maintain some
the easiest
semblance of
part of
order,
rank for
yes,
me
but such
to get
cases
into
are
Masters.
few and far between.
Like like
And
I
yet,
think I only
the
did
only
7
remedy for the
games
chaos that
overall
faces
just
us
to get
is
in.
unity.
From there,
A unity that transcends even the
and I
borders
lost.
laid down by our
I did
ancestors.
lose
In
2 of those
short,
games,
if Storm does not stand
or 2
together,
sets. But I always took them to final game though,
But how would one
so I
even
at least got a
begin to
game,
unite the realm?
and I didn't lose as much
the
LP as a
armies, my
result.
boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain
But
it.
when I fought against Masters
Sadly, I
players
doubt
in
I
Diamond
could
5,
convince even the
especially
loneliest
they
gaggle of
like
privates to dig a
if you fight
latrine
against Masters
together.
players, you're at least
But
getting
I
a bit
do
more
know someone the
LP
High
than
Commanders have
you would
been known to
expect.
listen to on occasion.
But there's like
Field
a
Marshal
Zangief player that
Eugen Havel.
2 Masters players I
I thought he was
fought and won.
retired.
He
Zangief
was,
and
until an
Lily.
Akashic
A
army
Zangief
tore
and a
through
Lily,
Agnar
both
and
Masters
killed
in the
most of the
40k
rank and
LP.
file. There
I
is
gained
no
over
man
200
alive more
LP just
capable.
for beating them.
Literally.
The
And
most
as
you get
luck would
per
have it,
win is pretty
I've
much
always
250
agreed with him on
LP.
the matter.
But like with the
Of course
Zangief,
you have.
even if I lost the game,
And he's agreed to
I would have
help.
been gaining for over
On
400
one condition,
400
that
LP.
he first speaks with you personally.
And then
Havel has always been a man
the
of
Lily, I did lose a set, but
frustratingly
even then, I
rigid
still gained
principle,
400 LP
and
because
he
of
has
how
certain
high
qualms
the Lily
about
was.
casting arms well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many
Does it
virtues
remind
as
you of
best I
Pokemon
could,
Unite where
of
the real
course,
Game Star
but
Masters?
the old goat was
Well,
adamant that
I
he
guess
be
not
allowed to
really at the
praise you
moment,
in
just
person.
because,
You don't mind,
like,
do you,
my
lover?
rank up game to get into Masters, I fought a low Elo Master Chun-Li, and I will say, that Chun-Li started 3 rounds off with doing that flip kick like thing that goes over projectiles, and I don't think it's an overhead, but it does have more advantage on block. Which, for what it's worth, they didn't get much off it the first 2 times they did it, so I was like, but then the 3rd time, I was like, okay, you're eating a drive impact if you do this the 3rd time. And he did it the 3rd time, and he ate a drive impact, and then he didn't do it at all for the last round, so. But granted, this is also because the game's still fairly new, to say the least. Even though we're a month in, we're still learning stuff. Not to mention, some characters may take more time to develop than others, and yeah.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes.
But
And if
you'll
the
still
Field
find some
Marshal wishes to
competent
speak with
players,
me
though, in
person,
Masters as well.
then so be it.
So, it just really
That's the
varies at that
spirit.
point.
I'll
Not to
leave the
mention,
land
I'm
where
also
Arlo
running
was.
into high diamond players as well.
Of course.
Considering
Rutherford is already in the
that's just how the
Valdecian
rank system
capital.
works at this point.
Have him tell Havel to
With the
expect
pool
you
we're in.
forthwith.
Excellent.
Wherever difficulty,
Thank you.
I'm probably going to do Nightmare.
Oh, thank you, Clive.
Because that's where the trophy is for, right? I remember you mentioned it was fairly challenging, I think. Abyss? I'm good. I am good. But even then, I heard Nightmare, I remember you mentioned Nightmare on Reverie was a fair challenge. A bit challenging. But I assume it's still doable, though, which I'm okay with that. As long as it doesn't revolve to the point like other turn-based RPGs where a higher difficulty just means more grinding and such. Which, I know Personas are like that.
You see that too?
Abyss is bullshit difficulty. I can see it. I can see it. But yeah, that's very much why, well, most turn-based games I would just play on regular. Trails is pretty much the exception. Trails of Cold Steel was pretty much the exception.
I'm scared.
Same for Trails from Zero. Just on hard. Biz have 2 times. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that sounds like more than just a night. Like, at that point, I just feel like I'm getting cheated on. If it's 2 times the speed. When being fast already. They cheat them or they cheat you. Yeah, I can 100% see it. But yeah, like, as long as it's doable on Nightmare. I'm okay with at least starting it on Nightmare difficulty.
It can't be Rutherford, can it?
Consult between Nightmare and Biz without penalty. At some points. I'd be down then. As long as it doesn't lock me to one or the other.
Cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Yeah, Nightmare's the plan regardless.
Allow me.
I don't need your... Please,
Chill, I'm here to help.
Oblige him. This won't take long.
You ever gonna get the platinum trophy? Have fun. Oh yeah, and see, since you're here, I don't think you heard what I mentioned, but I may be entering the Street Fighter 6 online tournament. At least on PlayStation, so... I'm thinking about it, but... Look at it. Thank you. I probably will, at least for one day. Since I haven't really done an online tournament outside of Maddie's, with, like, not to show any disrespect or anything to it, but I guess for me, it was more of a casual thing, honestly, since that's sort of the theme for his, well, sometimes he'll have tourneys. It's not any offense to Maddie, by the way, if he's here or not. It's like, there were definitely challenging players. Like, obviously, I didn't win the tournament, so I'm not trying to say it wasn't practice or anything.
A little longer than I'd have liked.
Maddie's? The PlayStation tournament, I mean, it's actually this weekend, so that's why I'm thinking about it. Stream Street Fighter. But it's only on PlayStation, though. That's the issue. You need either a PS4 or PS5. Because PlayStation Cup and such.
No, my lord. You arrived.
Maddie is having an online tournament next week, though, if you want to enter that.
Fucking traitors.
On Friday, but this weekend it's just on PlayStation. That's the issue. But hey, since I do have a PlayStation version, it's definitely lame. There's probably some online stuff elsewhere otherwise, but... Oh yeah, there's something happening in Riverside this weekend too, but I'm not going to Riverside.
Call me what you want.
Not for a local anyways.
All the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything,
Oh, it's your birthday weekend.
I'd have you answer one question.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
What do you stand to gain from all this?
Hey, birthday though. No stream this time around though for it. But hey, it doesn't hurt to just chill and enjoy your weekend and such, especially on your birthday.
And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones.
Oh yeah, and you are moving too.
I know.
I guess it'd be sometime after.
For so long.
Eh, you can always do a late one later on, if you feel like it. But that is up to you.
Now we have a chance to put things
Assuming you have time though, but considering how much time moving takes, and other stuff you have planned in general, I assume it's going to be a little busy to make one work.
certainly not the
Yeah,
words I
okay,
expected
yeah,
from
I
an
can see that
outlaw.
then.
But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right.
But that's
I'll
100%
start
fair,
by
though.
ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmec. Next, I'll make contact with my...
Thank you, Field.
But they are not the...
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. We will need an envoy. One who...
I'm flattered. And I have other... What we need is a skilled up.
Is that, sir? And would he...
Of a different cut.
I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis.
By the way, regardless, Street Fighter 6, regardless if I'm streaming or not, I'm definitely playing. I'm definitely gonna be playing it for a while too.
And I will see that my
And considering they're going, it's gonna have rank resets and new characters and other stuff to do along the way. And not to mention once I start entering online stuff, it's definitely gonna be a fun time regardless.
I'm not sure I'm the man to
The only problem is just trying to balance it out between
convince my brother to take his medicine.
doing playthroughs of games like this
No.
and then life in general,
This is a
but
job for someone with
I am pretty much down
experience.
to do regardless. Oh yeah, which
Someone like Quentin.
I'll talk about it
I can
later,
convince him at
but
least.
that's pretty much how it looks for this weekend. Just so I can finally do my Street Fighter 6 stream. That's the plan at the moment. Anyways. So I guess regarding life, so work has been a little more relaxed now that we're out of our year-end year-end, aka like the last month of our fiscal year. So things haven't been as busy, thankfully. And well, today
Run like the wind.
I did meet with my supervisor and a few of my supervisors, and like they definitely advised me on some things I could work on and such to improve. Even though I'm doing a fairly good job at what I'm doing at the moment. But they did give me the good news is that I am getting a small raise soonish. Because of stuff. So
Quentin,
that's something nice.
I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of... Go on, then. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years.
Wait, tell me, I wasn't expecting to hear the news of a raise, but
Perhaps
hey,
I can fetch
I'll
you a
take it.
meat pie as well.
And like I said, I like
know
the
it's a
people at
lot
my
to
job.
ask,
They treat me well.
but I can think of none
It
better
definitely
suited
feels
to the role.
welcoming at
And
my
you'd have
place.
me give up what little I have left to do it.
I just wasn't
told
expecting
you,
it,
Clive.
but I will
The
take it.
people of Lostwing are my family. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. They want you to speak for those who can't speak for them. If it's the... We'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family, don't you?
You know that's not.
He's got a
Then
point.
what are you saying?
Yeah, the bear's got a
We
point at
are
that
worth
point.
saying? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves. Who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear
Sweet
that
to
any
see.
rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
And again, like
Where do you
like I
need
said,
me?
I enjoy my job.
Field Marshal
Definitely
Hatfield
closer
wants
to what I
speak with you in
want to
person.
do with life.
He's currently in Port Isolde.
And the people treat me well.
I can arrange
That's
for
the
a
only thing
party
that
of
sucks is there's
Earthbreakers
also
to
more I
accompany
want to do
there.
outside of it,
That
which
would be very
I just wish I had more
appreciated.
time to do. Like,
I hear the roads
well,
are
going
far
to the
from
gym
safe
more.
these days.
making progress in some animes,
Hopefully not for long.
animes and shows, and then just, well, whether it's
Uncle
streaming
wants to know that
or
his plan is taking
grinding
shape.
more games. I just wish I had more time for that, but it is what it is at the end of the day. So, not much I could do there at that point.
Uncle, the Field Marshal has...
Of course he has.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as they will await your return.
One other?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he asked if I might have a...
One of...
Master Quinton would probably...
Another out. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you...
It was more of a...
Well, she had a shipload of talents, and when the... Now, join us there.
Of course.
Should be the end of the side quest now. Hopefully? Oh, not yet. Hopefully soon, though. Hopefully.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those
Hey, like, because I was getting up for the
ferry the displaced
part
back
that's
to the
bad.
countryside to work the fallow fields.
Not taking that risk.
But
Eh,
I'm
fair
sure
enough,
that
fair
you wish
enough.
to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. Two such firm friends
Welcome
as
back, Numbers.
yourselves need no help from the likes
There's
of
always tomorrow,
Rutherford
anyways.
spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company you...
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this...
Upstanding. He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might... And to do that, we must convince...
Yeah, still
those
doing
in
side
power,
quests, as you can see,
the
which
generals, the
this side
statesmen,
quest is taking longer
the
than I
nobles,
thought, but
that our cause
almost
is
done,
just.
though.
There will be disagreements,
Cutscene
yes.
wise, anyways.
And I imagine some resistance, much, if we show them the path. Show them that we walk it ourselves. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hand, but the well-being of her people lies in
But we'll
ours.
do our best to get through as much as we can.
Squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Just worst case, even if I have a few side quests left,
Now, with that
I could
settled,
do that alongside
let's
the
move
rest of the
on
hunts
to the
before the end.
signing of the Accord.
But
For what
the
great
goal,
moment in
it
history
would be nice to
hadn't
get
been
all of the
accompanied
quests
by
done
a
tonight,
little
though.
ceremony?
Would be nice.
Sit it. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall, and there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord.
I will.
There we go. And we leveled up. Nice. Okay. Four more. Well, okay. Depending on how much there is here. I think there was 2 when I looked last time there. But we're almost. Well, I guess not as many as before here, like at the start. Still a lot to do in general. Still a lot to do, and a lot of side quests in general, but we're still doing our best to get through as much as we can. So anyways, so I've pretty much seen tweets on, or stuff on social media about PS5's heating up as they played this. And I'm not saying I don't believe them or anything. I just haven't really seen anyone I know that's experienced it at this point. So it's hard for me to say.
You alright?
And not to mention, like I mentioned before, I don't even use my PS5 as much nowadays. But I assume a fair amount of people I know that are playing through this don't use their PS5 as often either.
Oi! Let's see.
Something troubling you?
I digress.
No more than usual. It's just Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
Ada.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north,
Time to help her, considering she's the last of her people.
I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
Before Barnabas killed everyone else after acting like his place was going to be a safe haven for them.
I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Of course.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know the.
All right then.
A good luck charm.
Not just then.
No. One made. There's not lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home. And thing is, they're hard to come by.
Only the big day is fast approaching.
That or the bird.
There's no shortage of those past. I think I might make that my first port of call.
You're a good.
Okay, let's help out. Let's help him out.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
Are you?
A silver chocobo.
Oh, or maybe not. There was a man stopped by the rest near some gutted mouse.
We'll see.
I see. Someone in here to talk to, I assume. But yeah, regardless. No idea if I'll ever experience my PS5 overheating unless the game's just that intense. But regardless, I don't even touch, like I mentioned, I don't really touch my PS5 as much nowadays. Like, I'll probably touch it a bit. Like, the main times I'm really touching it are when I'm either playing through PS5 exclusives, games that are more convenient for me to stream on my PS5, or even Street Fighter 6. But I wouldn't be touching it that often. At least in Street Fighter 6's case, since I'm going to be playing it on my own on PC otherwise.
Whoever's idea it was to take them. Look, Daddy.
I can't speak for the other people that experience the overheating either, since that probably varies, I assume. I guess that also happens as well. Anyways, where are the other merchants?
I've got greens of all shapes and sizes.
Oh, here's another one.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone.
Oh yeah, and then I guess other games I do plan on streaming, so... I'll be honest, I don't really see myself getting to Triangle Strategy at all before the end of the year. The earliest I see myself getting to Triangle Strategy is probably at the end of this year. But even then, there's so many other things releasing throughout the rest of this year that I want to get to.
Some northern nonsense about
A
bringing
lot.
good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows.
Well, I do have Trails into Reverie coming out.
Damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right.
But aside from that, I have till the end of August for Armor Core 6. Which, and in September, I'm not getting Nagita yet. I'll probably wait for a sale for that down the line. And not to mention, there is another game releasing in September that I actually do want to try out. That they advertised last year during one of their state of plays.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Which isn't last minute Steam. I actually haven't bought anything on Steam yet. Outside of the DNF Dual Season Pass, but that was on sale. But there wasn't really anything. Well, there are stuff on sale that I would be interested in buying. But there wasn't anything that I wanted to buy ASAP because I knew I wasn't going to get to them.
Not fancies.
Yet.
But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo?
Oh, yes.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here.
Yeah, there's nothing
Let's go.
Because I bought so many things on the last few sales that happened. There just wasn't anything I wanted ASAP this time around. But it's honestly okay because I have too much to play at the moment. And I already have more committed to getting as well. So that doesn't help.
Tracks. Not left by bandits for a change.
Yeah, I did buy this DNF Dual Season Pass though, because even though I don't play as often, the Season Pass was legit $20 surprisingly, which I wasn't expecting. And for $20, I get 5 characters and
The chocobo was here. And
a new stage, which it might not sound like much, but considering each individual DLC is $7, that's essentially, and if you buy them individually, that's essentially paying $35 for just 5 characters. So you actually save a bit getting the Season Pass this time around, and I mean, granted, you save in general for Season Passes, but I was surprised at how much cheaper this got for just getting the Season Pass versus buying the characters individually.
I'll be damned.
I have no plans to stream DNF though, but just a heads up. It's something I would lab in my own time at best. But I at least own the Season Pass for DNF. At least I do. Silver Chocobos. Hello.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you.
I'm just too committed to Street Fighter at this point to really put dedicate time to Street Fighter to DNF, but I'll try out DNF on my own. Hey, yo, Mike, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the damn 64 months. That is a long time to say the least. But thank you for the 64 months, though. Appreciate it. And yet, SideQuest Purgatory. I was thinking about doing them all in one stream. This and the finale all in one stream. But then numbers told me I should probably do 2 streams just in case, which I was planning to do Street Fighter originally, but then I thought about it and I remember you mentioned a lot appears side quest wise for this game. And then another friend afterwards told me later on, oh yeah, a lot pops up. You should probably do 2 streams. I was like, fine, I'll do 2 streams. So here I am. There's so many at the end. Sad thing is, like, I've only done 3 of them so far. So I can tell there's gonna be even more once I finish it. And that just here as well. I haven't done any of the side quests outside of this area.
Crystals crack. Is this what I
But well,
thought
at
it
least
is?
these side quests are nice though. For what it's worth. I do enjoy the stories and lore behind it. So I don't mind.
Right there on the road to East.
You probably save the hunts though before the end of the game though. I'll save the hunts before I finish the game. But the side quests, I might as well get them all done here while I can.
May have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive.
A few of these are good for a story, and I assume some are just like fetch quests or like stuff for characters you don't really care about much. But some of the lore, like the one I did with Joshua to meet the king, and learning about other things. Those are the ones those are the ones I enjoy doing. This one, it's nice for the lore.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you
But
don't know
it's
about
just
me.
nice to see.
Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a
Anyways.
sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your raven, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the
Like
pit
it was
for your
tempting to do.
boyfriend?
Well, I was planning to do Street Fighter 6 instead this week.
Don't speak too soon.
I didn't finish Final Fantasy 16 over the weekend, but I'll probably be streaming some Street Fighter 6 over the weekend at the very least.
What do you think?
Probably.
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
I will,
Near the end of this anyways. Yep. And I do have trails as well. But this weekend, there is a Street Fighter 6 PlayStation Cup thing that they're doing. Which I'm thinking about entering one of them at least. There's 2 over the weekend. I want to do at least one. Just because I haven't really tried... Oh, I have been grinding Street Fighter 6, but I haven't really competed that much ever since Maddie's tourney. Which... No offense, like, I'm not trying to undermine Maddie's tourney and such, since I know it's pretty much has been his thing, and it's tough running stuff. And it was fun the last time I did his last online tourney. But I guess for me, I do want that competition, which I definitely got with that Cammy player during the last one he did.
Me lords.
But I do feel a lot of it are sort of just like within Maddie's community, which I don't think is a bad thing at all or anything. But I would feel like I'm sort of just running it. Running it and such.
Nothing like that.
But like for his first Street Fighter 6 tourney, he definitely had some players that definitely did keep me on my toes. Like obviously the Cammy that beat me.
It's beautiful.
I think the Manon had an idea of what they were doing as well.
We did.
At least from what I ran into, because I know the Cammy players, other friends also entered as well, and were pretty much top 3 of it. Well, they would have been nice to have been able to play his other friends as well, but I definitely got some got stuff with him there.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need.
But granted, I'll admit, the time,
I will.
on one hand, it is convenient for me since it is after I'm done working.
Switch off.
But,
I'm thirsty.
I could be
well,
convinced.
aside from not really entering his tourney because of because he mostly does Smash, another thing is legit. I guess, like, it pretty much happens an hour after I enter. Imagine being done working. Oh yeah, your work week's been busy to say the least. I was busy with work for year end for my company last month, but
Don't you think you've had enough?
now we're
Oh, it's
now things are still a little
I'm gonna
busy,
be a
but
father.
I think Edda might
I
have
am more or
something to
less
say
chill.
about that.
It's not as bad, thankfully.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times.
You're still working? Damn.
Wasn't long after me.
I assume things are just that busy at the moment.
Shoes with child again.
Which, that's definitely unfortunate, to say the least.
Fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter.
At least you finished 16 beforehand, but still sucks to go through nonetheless.
I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be.
Damn. Yeah, at least you got to finish it, but still sucks that you're dealing with your work schedule as it is too.
And I'll never be a hero.
You never know,
I'm just a
Gab.
daft
You
little
never
dog
know.
who comes running when his master calls.
You have potential, man.
I'll never
Not
be
to mention,
like
if you get a
you,
wife.
or Sid, or Jill, or even Toggle.
Just be you, man. You've helped us plenty of times. Work should slow down sometime next week. Let's hope, because well, last week, like I mentioned, was pretty, or the last few weeks have been hectic for me prior to 4th of July weekend, 4th of July. But things have slowed down overall. Still fairly busy, but it's slowed down at least.
Your courage, your determination. I don't know where we'd be.
Any plans on what game you plan on playing next, by the way, Mike? Or are you still thinking about it? Just curious.
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions. Stronger for everyone.
You have no idea? I can see that.
And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it?
Yeah, mine is pretty much Trails into Reverie since my limited edition is finally coming in tomorrow. Finally.
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav.
Had to wait essentially a whole week after, but I was still playing Final Fantasy 16, so it works out for me. Not to mention, I also got to play Street Fighter 6 as well along the way. And I did finally get into Masters on PC. With Ken.
Which means that when the time comes.
So I'm actually glad I didn't rush Final Fantasy 16. Even though I probably could have finished it by... I could have finished it last weekend if I did, but this is fine as well. You know for damn sure your next game isn't going to be Pikmin 4? Yeah. Pikmin's never going to be on this stream for me. Never really been into it.
I may have had one too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
And regardless of what they show, it's not getting my interest, so...
Thirsty.
No offense, not saying the game's bad. It definitely is not for me, though.
Get back to work anyway.
It's probably something for my older brother, but definitely not for me.
Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Of course. Yeah, so far it's just looking like Forever's gonna be my next game, and say if I have, I'll probably have time for some other game before Armor Core. Next game you're waiting for is See It Stars in August. I think I've heard the name. I don't really know much about it though.
There's something about it. Like his.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my
I
old
need something to
master. Seems there's no escaping her.
Let me look it up.
She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid,
Play the demo
I'd
on
like to
Steam.
believe that I've earned
Okay,
your trust
pixel
by
style
now.
turn-based RPG.
And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling
Sounds
to
more like
Rhodes,
something like
I can't let
Octopath to
those
me
bearers
then.
die in their cells.
I'm not sure. I'm not even sure
I'd
if Live
rather risk
Alive.
shipwreck
I heard
on the
Live Alive
Shadow
isn't
Coast than leave them to
exactly a
starve.
turn-based RPG. I'm not sure though, but
Leading the Enterprise
I feel
for
like
them to
I'd probably
navigate the
think more of something like
Does that
Octopath,
mean-
honestly.
I'm making an exception, but we travel together, and we stay no longer than we have to. Ash
Game
is
you
an
back in
inhospitable place
2020.
at the
I
best
do
of
remember you
times.
mentioned something like
We save
that.
as many as we can, and we leave.
Live Alive
Thank
is
you,
on my list to
Sid.
get, which I was tempted to
There
get that
was a name in the
for
prison
$35,
register.
but I
A
thought
name
about
from my
then I
past.
realized I'm not gonna have time to
Chadwick.
really play it at the moment.
Another of my former master's
So I think I could wait for
proteges.
another sale later
A
on.
gifted soldier, and the
Tactics game?
closest thing I had to family.
I'm not even sure,
Thought of him
honestly.
held captive in that place.
Because I
He
know
must be
you
very
play
important
as
to you.
multiple characters in that game.
Is
Let me find him.
the entrance to the prison lies in the. We should head there as quickly as we can.
As do I, Dor.
But I do, that's something I do want to get to down the line. Hopefully. Star isn't a tactics game. Turn-based RPG, right? Yeah, turn-based RPG. Yeah, I would be thinking something more like Octopath Traveler. In regards to a turn-based RPG.
Waiting for me near
In a
Balmung
pixelated
Dark.
style
Although
of
she's
game.
more likely she is to be found by a Kashik. I need to hurry.
We can close tomorrow. Okay, close tomorrow. Okay, gotcha. There we go. Okay, so there is a timing element. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, sounds like more like a Mario RPG game. Well, like I mentioned, I do have armor core for August for myself. You know, that's pretty much at the end of August. I have that nonetheless. I played through one of my backlogs beforehand, if anything. Maybe E7. Maybe Solstice. I have a lot I could definitely play, though, at that point.
I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
So, but we'll see, though.
Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Solstice is fun. Something I've been meaning to play.
Bad enough to turn a bearer.
Which granted, so yeah. Thank you again for the copy you gifted me, Mike. Though, funny enough, the game actually went on PS Plus Extra either last month or a few months ago. So I also have it there too at this point. But it definitely would be more convenient for me to stream it on PC though. Which my laptop can definitely run the game. Guess we'll just have to see about streaming and running it and playing it at the same time. Which I'm sure I'm able to. But we'll see. It has been a while, and GB though, I actually did want to get to it earlier, but then I guess I was just more in the mood to do other things instead. Is this the key? Oh, it's something else.
So this place was not, and I doubt they'll have.
Moving on, though. Ooh, chess. Okay, can't go up here. There's another one?
Minimal loss of Waluda lives, even the
Last one. But we'll see, because like I mentioned, I do have plenty of games I could play at this point that I do want to try, as expected.
Nothing but a caching down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs.
But we'll see.
Can't see how Doris is getting on.
As well as the timing of it, since I heard Trails into a Reverie isn't that as long as the other Kiseki games prior. But that has yet to remain to be seen. It's sort of a similar case to Sky the Third, where if you do the main story, it's actually fairly short, but if you pretty much do everything, it's fairly lengthy.
No lock downstairs.
In that regards.
But I did find out that this place was.
And don't worry, it's not like the exact same thing like Sky the Third with why it's taking place that way.
I know.
There's more to it, but I won't say any more than that.
It can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service.
Similar
of their
case.
masters.
Not exactly, but similar.
This is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in
Sky
order to
Desert was the
bring
best.
about more
People
death.
and oh yeah, and a lot of people are pretty much
Not just
saying
those who could fight, but
Trails
the
into
elderly,
Reverie is the best at the
children
moment
even,
too.
and those who wouldn't or couldn't.
At least
were
currently now.
disposed of. Whatever that means.
Which is sort of a similar purpose, like how the Sky Games, how Sky the Third did for the Sky Games.
I was a fool to bring you here.
Except it's gonna be a conclusion for 2 arcs essentially.
But it doesn't fit any of the locks.
Hey yo, Phil, welcome to the stream and thank you for the 49 months.
One of the doors downstairs.
How's it going, Phil? Though? Hope your week's been treating you well.
Finish up here, then come and find me.
Don't worry, I'm doing side quests at the moment, Phil, so no story spoilers here. But some of these side quests are pretty touching to do. Pretty nice to do and experience. For Azure and CS stuff? I guess as a whole, yes. As a whole, yes. I'd say. You'll be spoiled about Dory's storyline. You're not gonna remember much. At least while I'm talking about a lot of other things along the way. You'll be fine. We're just talking about other stuff anyways in the meantime. Ooh, treasure chests. Dories. Honestly, truth be told, I don't even care much about, well, most of these characters I don't really think about much. I'm really just doing them for the sake of doing them. Like, I could finish the game if I want, but so many side stuff happen, and yeah. Like the second Sky game more. It's not, I was sort of in the same boat between the second and the third. I did like the story overall in the second game more. Or overall, I enjoyed the second game more. But Sky the Star was a nice way to conclude the Sky arc. I know what you like about the first one. That I do. That I do. Also, who's this kid? Oh yeah, my kids are already. It was. Remember that place? I don't remember the name of it, but do you remember that place where we met Tita? It was her town. Her town theme. That's Phil's favorite thing about it.
Something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Oh, don't worry, we'll slay them. You haven't played Street Fighter since? Well, you'll have more reason to. Once Rashid comes out. In 2 weeks.
Ready when you are.
The music was good there for sure. That was pretty much just Phil's favorite one. You still haven't been at Street Fighter in weeks? You've been busy, so it's understandable there. Gotta get back into it? Indeed, indeed. Well, the times I haven't been streaming, I pretty much have been grinding Street Fighter. And when I was finally able to get into Masters. Oh, a monster.
Who's that?
Monster's back. Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right, you put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
Like the beginning of the third, never really got emotional character. Yeah, which granted, I don't like you don't hate the character or anything, but I guess none of the characters got your interest, which that's pretty fair.
Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
You're part of the 7,000? I wish. I wish. I wanted to, but unfortunately, well, most of my friends weren't able to go, and I didn't really want to go alone, so yeah. I would have had to figure out more things as well. But I'm gonna be busy with other things in August anyways, so. But I'm okay with just watching at home and such. As usual, but I do want to go Evo to some. I do want to go Evo someday, though.
I can't let that happen.
Not this year, but sometime soon. Oh, I didn't dodge in time. Watch party? I am down. I am down. Oh, oops. Oh. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Wait. We'll see though. Nuts.
Awaken wind! Well done.
Is it too late? Okay. And speaking of terms, though, I think you saw what I posted in my Discord, Phil, but in case you didn't, there is a PlayStation thing happening for Street Fighter 6 this weekend. Which I'm probably going to enter one of them at least. Oh, wrong one. Oops. Okay, enough to go though. Like yeah, it's a PlayStation official tourney. Only PS4 and PS5 can enter. Like something there. It's just something PlayStation has been doing ever since they acquired Evo and all that other stuff. Being actual FGC. Which, as much as I've been playing Street Fighter 6, I haven't really. I need to do more. I do want to do more to try to get into that competitive mindset again.
Are you hurt?
Aside from what I'm just doing, so. And there's two of them happening this weekend, so.
I think.
I'm only gonna enter. I don't really need to enter both unless I really feel like it. But I'm okay with entering just at least one. Just to try it out. Regardless if I win or lose.
What is it?
Or how far I get.
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways.
Rip.
He was here. Do you think that creature?
But I'm probably gonna try it out just cause. Not to mention, it's been a while since I've streamed Street Fighter as well.
Chadwick.
Since I mostly play on PC, which is pretty much on my own time.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not.
Oh yeah, and since you're
I'll see
here,
that she's
Phil,
looking
I don't think I
after
ever
from now
told
on.
you about how my grind to my road to masters went when I got once how my road to masters went once I got to Diamond 5. But just to be blunt, it was the easiest part of getting to masters. It was the easiest part, to say the least. I have an ESL account since I did do a bit for Dissidia, so I do have one. Can you just connect your PlayStation account or something to do so? But either way,
Slowly but surely.
I'm pretty much gonna be doing it. I'll probably do at least one of them, just
The
cause.
flames we found her. If we hadn't,
But all jokes aside, getting to Masters was actually the easiest thing for me to do from Diamond 5 because
without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought.
in total I only did 7. I only played against 7 people overall to get into Masters.
The man I thought of as a brother.
4 of them were in Masters.
I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course.
No, 5 of them I think were in
You already met
Wait,
the
I
former
think I
master.
only played 6 people then, now that I think
Trained
about it.
Chadwick and I to do 2 things.
You closed out right though?
And
It's whatever.
He was supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the
But
time came.
either way, so I think I
nobody
only
was
played
ever high
6
enough to
people to get into Masters.
For years we were her daggers
5
and
of them were
shadows.
Masters. One of them was
could never
Diamond
quite shake
5
my
as
doubts
well.
about the things she made us do.
I lost 2 of those to 2 of the 5 people. One that was in Masters and one that was and the Diamond player, but I took them both to game 3 regardless, so I didn't lose as much.
Was always strong.
Or even then,
Me to think he might have taken
I
another
did beat
master.
2 people that had in Masters and with 40k elo, and that net me over 200 per win. One of them I beat 2-0, so that netted me 500. So
Players can cast off their shackles. And the curse breakers will show them how.
because of that, it was legit the easiest thing for me to do,
To see it done. For
to say the
Chadwick
least.
and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Like, okay, so for rank, I don't remember how it is for platinum, but for diamond, it's a consistent 1200 points per rank. It's a consistent 1200 points per between diamond 1 diamond 2 and vice versa. Okay, and good night, Mike. Thanks for stopping by while you can. Well, hope you have a good night as well, and hopefully I'll see you next time, whenever that is, whether it's in my stream or yours. Until then, have a good one, Mike. But yeah, it's like 1200 consistent points, which... And then it also comes back to the other thing, so... Like, I know, like, it might sound like a drag without the win streak system, which it more or less is, but there is a saving grace to it once you get to platinum and such, so... Whenever you beat people higher than you, you can always win more points. But if you always play someone that's under your rank or equal to your rank, you're always getting a consistent 50 points if you win. At least. And say if you lose the games, at worst, you're only losing regardless if you're higher or even if you lose to people lower than your rank. Worst case, you're only losing 40 LP instead. So you can tell. Not only is it really lenient, they make it easier to make up for your losses over time. Yeah, the win streak was definitely to get people out of the lower ranks, especially since those are the ranks you can't demote from. But even like plat, but even with plat and diamond,
You have to help us.
With what? You didn't take a
it's not the worst because of how forgiving the rank system is overall.
But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Midadol. She's been acting
I think my Ken was like sub 50 when I was like starting it, but
She acts like we aren't
it's
even
close
there.
to 50% though. And that's just for ranked games, by the way. Including like all the Battle Hub matches, as well as the tourney sets I did. It's in the 50%, so it's about average.
Right after she got back from saving you from
You're not ranked when right? I can sort of see it. Says, well, you don't know who else you can run into already, and not to mention, it's also the fact that you can rematch the people consistently. So, on one hand, you can inflate it, but you can inflate it in both a positive or a negative way. But hey, at that point, you're really just trying to learn at that point. And if they want to rematch and such.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
So I can see why. And for what it's worth, like, well, obviously it doesn't really matter because it's obviously you don't really have much control over it. But you're getting more experience as well. And being able to rematch them over and over. That in itself is pretty much a trade-off. A good one to have. I don't really do I'll do Battle Hub stuff, as well as custom lobbies, but I don't really see myself doing casuals. Because, like, I'm definitely one of those that likes having that feeling to, like, want to do well early. Unless I'm in it to do long sets with people I know and such, I definitely want to have that pressure to, like, get me to learn the stuff I want to do and get used to it ASAP as well. Which, obviously, casuals doesn't really have.
The Enterprise is already the fastest.
And you don't know who you're going to run to at that point either.
But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves.
You'll either go against someone beating up who is cool to rematch, or someone you beat and they leave. Yeah, I can see that as well.
But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First,
Which, oh yeah, so funny enough, regarding that, the topic of doing one and dones, or running the set, or giving a bunch of rematches, that's been going, like, that topic's actually been pretty heavy apparently today, or lately, for Street Fighter 6, surprisingly. Oh yeah, and I'm aware you could do rematch consistently in casuals. I just don't really do it because at that point, I'd rather be doing it against people I know at that point. Either that or being in the Battle Hub. If I could run into someone like that.
You might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I shall speak with one of the Curse Breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
But like I said, at least for me, I do like having that pressure of being able, like, I like with random matchmaking. I like having that pressure of trying to, like, get good ASAP and essentially forcing myself to do so in general. Which I'm sort of just, it's not gonna work for everyone. I'm sort of just used to it at this point.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around.
Is all.
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable.
But the topic of one and doneing people has been something, to say the least, which
Any ideas?
Most bones are the same.
personally, I definitely think you should run the sets, at the very least. Rank or...
Shell will serve you better.
Oh, I guess say, like, if you're in rank, you definitely should run the set and give the rematch. Regardless. Like, some things will annoy you or piss you off, and it gets tempting to just dip on them.
There's a rumor of an ancient Adamantus down in Karava.
Even though I think that that's doing a disservice for yourself, where you can use that to get better versus just running away from it.
There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
The only time I wouldn't want to rematch a person is if the connection is unstable in any way. to the point where it's unplayable. Like, if it's like a bit of lag at times, but overall playable, I don't mind running the set personally. But if it's consistently lagging or I just can't tell what I'm doing, that's when I would that's the only time I really blacklist people and move on. Oh yeah, and then and then there's also those people where, I'm sure you've run into them yourself already, Phil, and Z. I know one friend's also been telling me about them as well, the one and doneers, regardless if they win or lose. But I did run into a time where this one Kimberly player one and done to me 3 times in a row after he beat me. And at that point, I was sort of pissed. Like, honestly, the way Larry does it for Smash, there really isn't much to gain with running the sets. Considering there's no rank system in general and such. So that's one thing, but Street Fighter 6, the only thing with him was he was legit one and doneing just for the sake of his points, because he was close to Diamond 5, which he did get to. But I'm pretty sure he was one of those that was just super obsessed with his rank, to say the least. Super, super obsessed. Even when I won. I mean, well, there was one time, for some reason, he did rematch me after he beat me once. But then I beat him after. And he dipped for some reason. I'm like, bro. Which at that point I didn't even care about winning or losing. I just wanted to run the sets. But man, it's like that game really pissed me off just because I'm not sure if you two have heard about it. Also, yo, Pick, welcome to the stream. We're just talking about Street Fighter 6 and other things at the moment, which... Anyways, back to Street Fighter 6. I'm not sure if you two have experienced it, but I assume you've both heard about how some players in the higher ranks and masters have been complaining about how the regional matchmaking has been sort of an issue for players and such. Since there is actually a region lock for games for Street Fighter 6, which... Oh, I didn't realize to protect that. I'm so bad. But that is actually a thing in Street Fighter 6, unfortunately, which... Oh, I dodged it too early. Wrong one again. Yeah, not sure if you heard about it, but basically, even though the game's netcode is great, and Battle Hub, obviously you're not stuck. Obviously, like, you can play against anyone regardless of the region. But like, if you're trying to do a rank or even casuals, you are locked to region-based matchmaking, unfortunately. Which I'm not sure why Capcom would do, just because we literally have a Wi-Fi indicator, we have rollback, crossplay, and it all works great. But unfortunately, It is a thing in this game. And lower ranks, you're not gonna really see it much because there's that many there's a lot of players like that in the lower ranks. But once you get to the higher ranks, which I'm currently at, I can definitely contest. You definitely start running into the same people over and over. Well, not like every single time, but you're not gonna run into that many of them in a row. But you are going to start noticing, like, when you get to the higher ranks, you are going to start noticing more people you've ran into before. You are going to start noticing that. Which, that's the only thing that really sucks about the online for Street Fighter 6. And which, for what it's worth, I don't have any problem with fighting the same players I've been playing against. Because, granted, at least with where we live, I feel like I get a decent variety of players at the very least. So it's not like the worst thing for me, but I would like to play against a lot more players as well. Like how I did in Street Fighter 5, and DNF Duel, and Guilty Gear. I want to be able to do that, and Street Fighter 6 could definitely you could definitely do that at Street Fighter 6. In fact, I'm pretty sure I did run into a bunch of players through rank during the betas across a variety of regions. But unfortunately now,
Says your books made quite an impression on the children.
hopefully they change that though at some point down the line. Hopefully.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Anyways, how's it going, Pick?
Save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
Hope your week's been treating you well.
Most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0. And a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Look at the children. Okay. But yeah, in my case, like, obviously, and when you factor in, aside from being region lock matchmaking, chances are you're gonna pretty much run into the same people over and over unless you blacklist them, which I only blacklist people that have really bad connections. Which I only have one at the moment.
A new invention? What is it? What is it?
And Callie being big helps, but even so,
It's an airship!
I wish the region lock matchmaking wasn't a thing.
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales.
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been
Well, with that said,
disassembling, then
I am trying to get Manon to Masters at least. At this point on PC. I asked a friend, he was like, Jamie or Manon, who'd I get to Masters next? And he was like, thinking about it. And then he was thinking, for some reason he had the thought of Zangy, so he told me Manon, so I'm trying to get Manon to Masters next.
Is that all? Just the gear?
Try to.
We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now.
Thanks, Sid.
But we'll see. We shall see. Because I do want to try getting Jamie into Masters too.
Well, did they have it?
Which I know. I'm just gonna be honest. So many people. I've seen so many people say Jamie sucks or he's not that great.
And they kept it
I
so
won't
nice
lie.
and safe.
I get heated every time I see it nowadays.
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
Here's the thing. I don't think Jamie's like
Exactly you going to use it
a
for?
top. I don't think he's top
Only the
5 or
most
top
important job
5.
of all.
He's definitely not top
The
5 in
wings
this
aren't gonna
game.
move on their own, but with the right cog in the right
And he's not.
place,
He doesn't have as like.
you just wait and see.
He does have to get his drinks in to get his dumb things. Well, I feel like, well, for me, coming from someone who's gotten Jamie into Diamond and has played them for a fair amount, a lot of people really downplay a lot of the strengths Jamie has, in my opinion. Because a lot of people keep telling me Giles is worst matchup, and I'm just thinking, bro, who beats Giles solidly? Which no one really does.
Of course, it was supposed to
And
fly.
against projectiles,
Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't.
I can see why people would think it would give him trouble, but honestly,
Engines are driving me mad.
I don't think it's that bad dealing with projectiles.
I was so sure this would be the day. she
Guile is really just the exception because he's Guile, and
The mythic
yeah.
engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better.
I've been watching more players actually show Jamie can legit do things without drinks.
Take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People
Guile does
lose
suck to
their
play
homes,
against, though.
Children, their mums, and their dads.
But I do find it. I'm definitely finding it more doable than before.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive.
Which I did get that clip where a Guile player, where the Chem player was pretty much in burnout and he was going to get chipped to death. But then he did a run DP past the Sonic Boom and got a level 3 super. I did actually do that to someone. I was like, hey, let's go.
First time I stood
And
on
it
the
felt
deck of your
good
ship,
because that won me not only the round, it gave me the momentum to win the game too.
it was like
And
I
it
was
really
flying.
felt really good to land.
Imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
It's practice. Like for starters, it's not something you can
Always said there
react
were two
to.
ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave.
Not to mention,
And you were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that.
or I guess
I like to
against
admit.
Guile, it's not.
People
I
need
think
dreams
other
to
characters I can see it be something you can react to,
Especially in a world like
but it does take time to get used to though. Because you are running straight into the projectile, so if you mess up, you're giving free damage to the opponent as a result.
and sling him over the edge. I won't have my dream
But
end up
it,
turning into
man,
someone
it's such a
else's
good option to say the least. Otherwise, against zoners that none of the others show. Like Ryu definitely doesn't have it.
for war, Jamie.
Luke might have it. Luke might have it, but I'm not sure.
Treasure hunt.
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to wake up.
Yeah, Mid having fun with everyone.
I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug.
But it does feel good to land, though. It feels good. Also, man, am I even gonna finish off these side quests in time? Cause there's just so many to do. Like worst case, like you can either throw a projectile or use parries to help.
Of course, won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat left. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? And I reckon I've got a fair few good ones.
I'm sure you do.
Yay, quest complete. But anyways, I am thinking about doing on stream like a Road to Diamond with Jamie on PC, since my Manon on PC is already Manon on consoles is already in Diamond. My Ken's almost in Diamond on consoles too. Jamie is the furthest at the moment, but I feel like I can get Jamie to Diamond on consoles if I try. Which I'll probably try. Probably. If there's time. Well, if there's time and if I feel like it. But for real, I do feel like a lot of people downplay Jamie really hard. And I'm not just saying it because I've actually used it myself. And again, I'm not saying he doesn't struggle, but a lot of people are definitely undervaluing the tools he has to make things work, even if he doesn't have his drinks up. Because I've been seeing it where players, well, even without drinks, Jamie actually has a fair amount of stuff. Jamie has a fair amount of things. You just actually need to... Well, most of it's going to really depend on how you play the game in general.
I will not let them be forgotten. Sid.
It's really going to be dependent on you, all in all.
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak. My name is I wish...
No, I will not say... Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. I was raised, or rather, it was not a place of We were tortured, and few ever survived.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many.
But I'll see, though. I will see.
But they must be
You were a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is...
Sid, please.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. I'll go to Bad Bakum.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
All right. May the mother...
Which I will say, there are still characters I want to try, like Cammy, Marissa, and DJ in Street Fighter 6, but I think my core 3 with Manon, Jamie, and Ken is good enough for the time being for me. Which, like, Cammy is just really if I want access to a dive kick immediately. Alongside with punishing, with harder tools to do so, but very doable. That's really how I see it personally.
Fly, Ambrosia.
But we'll see. I also talked about this earlier. So, we all know Rashid's coming out before EVO, which obviously that really surprised me. I was also surprised to see that he's actually legal for EVO this year, which it's just more so with the turnaround time, which I was thinking they would ban him, but I guess I shouldn't be too surprised because I've more or less followed CPT rules for a while, and I remember the rules. Capcom pretty much states they have to be released within a week to be legal for an event. Otherwise, they're banned. Which Rashid definitely falls into the category of releasing beforehand. I've seen a fair amount of tournaments do 2 weeks, but CPT has been okay with 1 week.
Hopefully the registry is still here.
Which, like I said, I was surprised, but I can also see it just because it is their rule, and this is the same rule they've been rocking for a while. Overall.
Disposed of. Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
Is it here?
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Oh, yeah, and then Rashid. I have no plans to main him, but he does look cool enough to where I do want to try him out at least, just to get a feel of him and such. Ed's still the priority for me to use.
A forked white tree. This must be the place.
But I'll at least try out the DLC characters a bit.
Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry. So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the
Oh yeah, and Z, since you're here, I did talk about Fairy Tail. Well, you were here when I was talking about Fairy Tail bit, which I'm at the part where after it looked like Gray, but joined the Dark Guild, but in reality, he was just in disguise on a mission for Urza, which it just liked them to mess stuff up like this at this point. Which is just hilarious. Ouch. Oh, I didn't expect the follow-up. Which part is that? It's like after you get Wendy. And then Juvia is going through her shed because Gray... It looks like Gray abandoned her. But in reality, it was just because he ran into Urza, and then Urza had a mission that she needed Gray's help with. And also how, like, Gray wasn't disguising himself as someone who was a part of that group that followed Xerath, or wanted to revive him. I finished part 2 of it. So, like, I'm still at the part where they're getting back the guild. Or getting the guild back together. Which, I can tell it's not going to be my favorite thing. But it's been enjoyable to watch despite that. I will acknowledge. It's not going to be that up there for me, but as long as it's fun for me to watch, that's really all that matters. I didn't think I was gonna ask. Okay. No worries, no worries. I could have made it clear myself. So yeah, like I said. Oh yeah, we see Gajiel, Lily, and Levy joined that other group that was trying to take on the group, the Avatar group or something, whatever they're called. I did see that part. But other than that, like, it's just pretty much rebuilding the Fairy Tale Guild after Makarov disbanded it. I will say though, the way Natsu announced they were back, that was hilarious. That was actually hilarious. The way they pretty much wrote Fairy Tale's coming back on the palace, on the whole palace building, and then they were all outside Lucy's door saying, "Where's Natsu?" And then like the commander and the princess were and the king were okay with him causing chaos and during the Grand Magic Games at first. But the moment they did that, the princess was just laughing at it. But then the commander was like, send in the Elite 7 or something with the wolf group or something. That was hilarious. But like I said, it's not like I guess it's sort of a letdown after what they went through with both the Grand Magic Games and the Tartarus arc. But I get why they're doing that though. I get it. I'm looking forward to see what happens soon.
If I may, the bearer registry. The director was a brute.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record.
I pray that at least all their names my friends. I can still remember their fate. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning. No explanation.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back.
Even so, I'm definitely going to see it to the end though.
See that their names live on.
With how close I am to the end?
They're never truly gone.
I'm going to write a book.
And how enjoyable it's been as well.
An account of the horrors of Badbach. And the spirit of those its custodians. All of Valisthi. In the name of those
neither will I.
These.
And granted, I know I can start the Fairy Tale game now, but we'll see when I have the chance to. But I do plan to play it at some point. We'll see when. Anyway, so that's all the side quest. Well, most of the side quests here. It's just the side quests outside at the moment that will take some time to do. Which, let's go look at them real quick.
Has Mitterdol mentioned anything? First the skies, then the crystal.
I am hearing more side quests pops up after as well. But hey, like I said, this stream is pretty much the calm before the storm, and oh, there's 3 side quests I have to do. Well, I guess I could do a few more before I take a break. 1 or 2 more.
what you will.
Oh yeah, there's also the Grand Blue Fantasy Versus open beta happening at the end of this month, which I do want to play, but I'm not sure if I'll have time though. Between playing through games I'm currently playing, grinding Street Fighter 6,
What is it?
a lot of others.
What do you see out there?
I do want to play, at least give Grand Blue Fantasy Versus a shot.
I never did ask where you got that.
When Rising releases.
From Sid, that's why. On the...
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such doubly hard, him being a frost wolf. Torn away from his icons and all.
True.
I'd always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed.
Doesn't sound like it.
You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you?
He did take care of him before we came back.
Quick, aren't you?
Not nearly as much as you.
Aye, good thing. And
your kindness is appreciated.
Only because he doesn't talk back like that.
Where to then, Tor?
So where now? So at this point, I'll say I'm probably just gonna have to skip a lot of this dialogue.
I'm going to need a little bit. Do you have a better? Unless why don't we try the
Rookery. Okay.
to port? Fingers crossed.
Somewhere we haven't been to in a while. Oh, the place where we went with Jill, I think. Oh, this port. Oh, oh wait, are we going back to Jill's old place or ours?
It's still here. A lot smaller, and you're a lot bigger.
You two go on without me.
Oh, interesting.
I doubt that boat will hold.
If you're sure. Hop in, boy.
Interesting. So, if you weren't there, you wouldn't have to worry about it. But since he is there, Joshua does say something. So, either way, with Fairy Tail, I still can't believe I only started on that late April. And now I'm pretty much in the final stretch of it all.
This place hasn't changed at all.
Which, like, regardless of how it ends up and such, I'm definitely glad I started on it and got through as much as I did currently. I may have had to drop Hunter x Hunter. I only got interested in it because one of my favorite, there was a Fairy Tail meet and greet happening near me, and one of the VAs I really wanted to meet, Arrow, was there. It's definitely been a worthwhile trip, watching it from beginning to where I'm currently at. And then once I meet the same VA again, at some other event, definitely will be something to talk to her about, since I did tell Jeremy I only started on it recently, so I wasn't that far, but I made a fair amount of progress, which I was really enjoying. Oh, when we were younger?
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, Shield. Son his mother could love. have been any one of those things. Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword.
Aw, this is a touching side quest, I won't lie.
Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you.
Good boy, Torgal. Good boy.
For never giving up. For never forgetting.
Despite being gone for so long.
Let's
Best
take this
dog.
with us, shall we?
Best dog.
So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal.
Oh, is there more to it?
All right. I'm coming. I think I know where we're going.
Oh yeah, though, on another note, I will say, I've actually been watching James Chen stream Street Fighter 6 while I've been streaming, because I am just doing side quests and such. But man, seeing other people's rank journeys has been interesting since I feel like I've seen a lot of people adapt quickly, get to masters really quickly, and yeah. But I also need to remember, some people don't get to masters as fast, or they're gonna have more trouble.
But without him,
In especially in the diamond rings, and James has been.
certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow.
He's still stuck at Diamond 1.
Come on, Torgal.
Which granted, I was stuck there for a while too before I moved up. And even then, I felt like I was stuck for a good while before I was able to move up in general. At least until I got to Diamond 3 and 4. Then I felt like I was getting a little more consistent. But Diamond 5, like I mentioned, I felt like it was just. I felt like that was just a. That just felt like a, hey, you're pretty much there. Let's just give it to you for free.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
Which, yeah, it's not like to undermine the good players in rank. But, I'm not gonna say my wins were easy or free. But it definitely didn't feel like I had to try. It definitely didn't feel like I was struggling that much once I got there. Just because of how big the payoff was. When I beat those upper players and my ranks was granted, the two master players that gave me so many points were pretty much a Zangief and a Lily. Both of them were grapplers. And for me, I pretty much know how to deal with grapplers fairly well. Hey, okay, welcome to the stream. Yep, all of the side quests. I'm really just going through them at the moment, just cause. How's it going, Cam? Hope your week's been treating you well. I was thinking about doing all of this alongside the finale later this weekend, but people have told me how I should probably do 2 streams instead of 1, which, yeah, it's a good thing I'm doing 2 streams instead of 1. Going well? FF14 stuff? Nice. No Street Fighter 6 for the time being? Or... Just kidding, cause we all I mean, no need to force yourself to play whenever you're in the mood to and such. Especially if you want to do something more relaxing or not as stressful or tilting. Which I definitely have been through the process before. But at the same time, I've also just accepted it at this point too.
I read your note.
It's just part of the
I'll be happy
process.
to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But
I got the
tracking
Masters
it
over the
down will not
weekend.
be easy.
On Monday,
sure?
actually. So, I'm at the highest rank I can get for the time being until the rank resets happen.
It's only right that I return the favor.
Get current content
Or at
for.
least attempt to.
That's fair,
You are
that's
too
fair.
kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more
Which
trying
damn, it's
than
hard to believe we're
delivering
halfway
the
to
odd
July
lecture.
now, now that I think
spoke
about
with
it.
Harpocrates to see if he had any
Which,
inkling
in my
as to where
case,
another copy might be found.
it doesn't really mean much just because I am working now.
Perhaps it is best that you hear the
And no
details from
longer
him.
in school.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you, but this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today.
Not to mention, we're probably going to get to
Its
see some
importance
rank
will not be
resets soon
overstated.
anyway. Well, I feel like we're close to rank resets as well. Platinum achieved? Nice. And welcome back, numbers. Time to sleep? Have a good night, numbers. Thanks for stopping by while you can, and I'll see you next time whenever that is. Till then, have a good one. Do you rank reset every so often? We don't know the timeline yet, but there's definitely going to be rank resets because I was looking at my stats for the game. I noticed the part that mentioned phases, which phases are pretty much going to be the seasons and such, essentially. So because of that, we're probably going to see rank. We're speculating they're going to happen every time DLC character releases or something big happens, but we don't know yet. But that's what we're speculating. When am I going to beat the game? Probably on Friday. Probably Friday.
Something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
And you seek a rare gem indeed. One
Will
whose
it
name I
burn
had
though?
not
We'll
thought to
see.
hear from your lips.
So likely the
You've been
21st?
talking to Vivian.
It's likely, but again, we don't know if it'll happen as such.
But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her.
We're speculating, but
Clive,
seems like that'll be the case.
If the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of secrets.
Icon trials?
Clandestine
I haven't done any yet, but are those the monoliths you would find throughout the main story and such that you can activate?
One such text.
Because if that's the case, I'm probably not going to do them.
The true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or so
And I don't really need any of these now that I'm looking at them.
actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions.
I'm not going to do it on this run, which granted,
before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
I'm not going to be able to do anyways without New Game Plus.
Snatched from her grasp not long after
Like, I'll
she
probably
found
leave an
it.
extra save file just to do this.
Yes.
But otherwise, I'm not going to go for the platinum. I don't really care too much about the plat, honestly.
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath.
And even then, I'm not going to do it on stream either, so
Origins, numbers,
doesn't really
or
matter.
the identities of their leaders.
I'm not going to do it on stream either way, though, so yeah.
Pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From act. Rumors of the executors.
Please, I'm not
are rife
planning to,
among the
personally.
scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his
Now
son.
that you're done texting yesterday to join the PO being patient about the Reverie patch,
When I next find myself in Waloed,
there are definitely
I'll be
other
sure to
things
pay
you can
Garnick a
do
visit.
until then. But regardless, this is not by what you can, numbers. Hope you have a good night, and I'll see you next time. Until then, have a good one. But anyways, Cam, yeah, back to the rank resets. That seems like how it will work. But regardless of how it does work, it's definitely something we've needed for fighting games in a while, just because unlike most multiplayer games that have rank resets, fighting games never really had this. Like, they would have ranks established that you can get to and such, but there wasn't really much of a reason to not climb rank. Oh, it's... Well, I guess I'm doing this one here. Behemoth King.
I love all the royalist guard dogs. Space Marines too.
Well, I didn't mean to do this, but here I am. Here I am. Oops, I wasn't paying attention. Too early. Build it up. Holy shit, that's big. Ouch. 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 Come on. Now for this. Dodge. I dodged. I didn't dodge in time. Come on. Holy shit. No wonder this game overheated a bunch of PS5s. I see it now. Oh, I messed up. Oh shit. Come on. Again. Okay. Okay. Ouch. Deal as much damage as you can here. And deal as much damage here. Now again. Why? Why did I have to deal with all of this? Again. Oh, I missed. Okay. God. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, it should be GG's. Damn. That was crazy. And we got so much XP off it too, so yay. Nice.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Anyway, is there a town nearby I can go to? I don't think the fights will be that bad once I get there.
Ready, go?
I just wasn't expecting to run into a notorious mark along the way. But I guess that saves one from... I mean, saves me from doing one less. Also, damn, it's almost 12. I still have a couple of side quests left to do.
Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
I don't think I'm gonna have to fight any bosses, so should be fine.
His interests were certainly varied. This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Okay, boss fight incoming. Let's go. How hard can it be?
Leaving so soon, stranger. We've been watching you. From a...
Subtle, I know.
Then we need not waste time. Hand me the book. Leave it in our...
Your care.
That, but by one mean...
Then I'll have to... I won't let...
Then we find... Very well.
Okay, we'll just beat you up. You think you can take me?
Let's see, shall we?
Much. Come on. Come on, let me do it. Let me do it now. Okay, take this. Take this. Okay, it should be GG's. There we go. Easy. But anyways, I'm probably not gonna finish. I'll try to finish this game on Friday, which should be doable. Hopefully. We'll see though. Okay, so what were you saying, man?
Impressive, but we have other...
Why do you want it?
It lays out in no uncertainty. It tells the shameful history of the person. Would you say that this interpret...
I don't know.
You don't. Your sword makes... So let me answer. There is no... That a series of... It is a question of if enough people...
So you're trying to...
We are trying to protect from knowledge. That is all. You may keep the... The world is small. Until then.
Wait.
Wow. He disappeared. Oh well.
Let's get this back to Vivian.
Anyways, after this, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 side quests left. Unless, but I hear apparently more pops up, so I'm gonna have to do that too. To be honest, maybe I should have done these side quests the last time I streamed, just to make it easier on myself. But we are getting close. We are getting close. For what's worth, I did take down one hunt. One hunt along the way.
Found it. The book you lost.
I'm gonna skip most of these until we get to a cutscene, though.
Even though I asked this, I fear the
I met with one and I convinced him. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective, and that if enough people believe a lie...
It does, but it also means that the truth is not provided that those... As the said...
You said that the book inspired...
It did. She was a heretic, you see.
Firebrand and a dissenter. I see.
And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, she taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that...
Do you still feel that way?
Honestly, I'm perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Okay. Oh well, another side quest down. I assume it has something to do here, which... We'll get to that soon. But, thinking about it, maybe I should do the side quest outside the guild first. Possibly.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out.
But I do need a restock, though.
You'll not find a better price than that. Is that all?
Can I craft anything here, or...?
With your gear, or... Crack the crystal. Not a very good one, but then... So, what
Can I craft anything, by the way, or...? Okay, I just need a stone tongue. Stone tongue is staying low, which I assume I'll get through hunts, at the very least. I guess this couldn't hurt to have for now.
Should last you a good while.
But it doesn't cost anything to
No
actually...
scratches, right?
It doesn't cost anything for now, so... Works for me. But anyways, I guess I could start doing the side quest outside first. I'll save Jill's for last. And how long I say I have to do these side quests, we'll see. I guess I'll save before I continue. To be honest, maybe I should have started streaming earlier just to get as much of this done as I can. But anyways, I'm gonna be right back. gonna use the bathroom, get a bit of water, and all that other stuff, but I'm not gonna take too long. Not to mention, at this point, I don't think pre-rolls are gonna matter much. So either way, BRB, everyone. And now we're just gonna try to get through this as quick as I can. Which I'm just gonna really skip the text at this point.
One of our breath, he sent an owl.
Was he
No, an ancient root by gain, and so fully iron, though he has yet for as
I really don't have time to go through all this.
But Ash is a big
Mickleback. If right, you are go.
So I'm just gonna skip through it, get through them as soon as possible. Jill's I won't skip, because Jill. Everyone else, I'm probably just gonna skip because I don't care that much. For better or worse. Just so we can set ourselves up to finish the game next time I stream, which should be Friday. And good thing we have a chocobo.
Run like the wind.
Man, level 47. In fact, I'm probably gonna go like level 48 or 49 by the time I get to the final boss. Considering how these side quests have been. And the hunt as well. I feel like I'll be level 49 by the time I get there. Oh, go back. Okay.
Might this be Nickelbug? You deserve a rest.
Nickelberg. What are these people doing here? I know there's an owl found them.
The village seems...
Yo.
What is going... Heed the call. No, to be honest,
Is that...
What are you doing here?
It is my home.
You keep...
They came to perform the rite. This village where...
Give them... They want... Forgive me.
You mean the traveler from Stone?
Thank you. They seek the same salvation Barnabas did. At least the third chair still...
What is going on?
Let's go and find him.
Oh, either way. Who are you?
Excuse me. I am. Lord Rosfield. That's right, and you must be the third. I am. Cyril was worried for your safety. Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble them. He said that you had failed to... I came here to study... You have seen them. They devote themselves praying, not that they serve him. I, too.
Yeah, it is so much to said through. I'm sort of on a time limit, so...
These people said that they would cast aside their will.
Yeah.
That it may be forgive me.
Oh, let me guess they're turning.
Did you hear that, my lord? I'll go fight.
I'm gonna assume they're turning. Anyways, let me just charge my PlayStation controller while this is happening. Either that or someone's attacking, but they probably are turning.
Beneath the flood.
Well, yeah, they're turning. Or starting to turn. So how do I save them?
Echoes as well.
Oh, okay.
Ready, brother? Ready.
Okay. Who's next?
What now?
Oh. Something's coming. I can tell. Of course. Of course.
We meet again.
Indeed we do.
I've killed your kind before.
Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. Okay. Let's finish you off here. Okay. 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 Nice. Ouch. What? Man, I need to all use Odin, but hopefully I don't.
Enough.
Nice. Okay, so what's next? Don't tell me there's screw. Oh.
Damn it.
Oh, a natural cutscene. Can I save her in time? Oh, he did. Well, rip that guy.
Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation. By devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did, when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty to serve was everything
Touching,
to
though.
me,
Touching.
and I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashyyyk in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this.
It happens,
My
it
findings.
happens.
Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord.
Mm-hmm. Because of you. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Oh wait, they turned to Akashics. Bro, what was the point? Oh wait, I guess this is something they are doing. But still. If it is their choice, I can't really complain. They chose it for themselves at the end of the day. Sometime later. Anyways, so guys, we're gonna skip as much dialogue as we can for most of these side quests.
Get this report to Cyril.
Otherwise, I might just have to do these side quests alongside the hunts and main story next time I stream. Which I'll be able to stay up for sure.
My Lord Marquis, I met...
Let's just get through this, though.
Thank you. He died protecting the village. I buried him at time. If you... The village, they prayed, then your brother sacrificed, even knowing... Then he perished, defend...
Yeah, he did.
A noble. It mattered only that we live for better. But he didn't die for you. You still believe them. I believe we of the Under, and this was... I'd like to know that they died. That, of course, I shall fight my lord, the great though, and work...
Yes, quest complete. Alright, so if another side quest pops up with the 3 or something, I'm gonna be like, man. But worst case, I could just do a few side quests and the hunts before the finale. I'm okay with doing it personally. No shot. There's another side quest here? Or is it just... Okay, just... Okay, just the same area. Which, for what it's worth, I'm actually more curious about this one. Considering what happened the last time we were here.
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
Wow, they're still complaining about him.
Here to help, thanks, but I'll be traveling light.
You're really going to go through with it?
I am, but before I...
If it's within my power.
What's up?
Children. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. I can think of only one place.
Sure.
Of course. Thank you, Clive.
Lubor!
What is it, Ferda?
There's been a flood in the Velcroy. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely...
What?
Every last one of them bastards.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are... We need to evacuate. Ferda, gather. The Akashic may strike at any moment. Well?
Yes, my lord.
Oh, okay, I see where this is going.
The children stay with me for now. Tell them to prepare for a full and... Understood. I'll do what I can to convince everyone else.
Well, this is gonna either go well or end terribly.
You have to listen to me. They're coming.
Why do they always have to make such a...
You two. You better listen.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important... There's been an ether flood. Now, the camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering, they're no longer just bandits. You need to begin preparing for a full...
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing...
Lubor, perhaps? The man You may believe his lies, my...
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt. If he had not been unmasked, a great honor for one of his kind.
Oh, these two are idiots.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but Lubor cannot be trusted.
You may not trust me. If there is any chance...
There isn't. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Don't come crying to us if when you should realize your
Otherwise we'll not
mistake.
move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
You're right. Let's speak to Lord Ferda.
I think we'd better shut up. What's Lubor raving about now?
Yo, we need your help.
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie, but they've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor said.
A bloody fool.
Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. You only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda!
Victor.
I couldn't abandon Blue Boys in need of this very...
What happened?
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die.
At least these stuff I can't skip. And these are the parts I would want to watch. So, damn.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, Bearer!
Yeah, run! Far, far away!
These idiots.
Just go!
Come on, then.
Lubor, wait. Someone's coming.
Stop! You're hurting him!
You guys feel good about that now? Hurting kids along the way?
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
Tell them,
Those men
kids.
Make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty.
Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly round here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever.
But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going. And you act like he doesn't even exist.
Tell them, kids.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Good job, kids. Good job.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and when these creatures... The town guard will muster at the north gate. Both forces will provide... And as soon as it has been, we will... Conrad, can I count on the support?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messenger and the command of our men in yours, Ferda.
Consider it done. As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the town... And tell the merchant not to waste time securing any... As long as we survive, it doesn't... Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well.
Where do I fit into this plan? Where else but the I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile main host is most likely still there. And A little gardening? I doubt it. I have a feeling these Luckily. So you... All right then, we all know what we have to... Now it's simply a matter of...
Well, at least I helped unite the people. At least that helps.
Looks like everyone's ready.
I feel like I could just fast travel here. Easy enough. And good thing I'm not alone, because I do have Joshua with me. I do have Joshua with me.
The flood. But what's waiting for us inside? Can't leave a single one alive.
Okay. Last one. Okay. Okay. And this. Okay. Ouch. Might as well build this up for when I need it later on. If I need it, but I doubt it. There we go. Enemy slain.
The League is distant. I should get back to Dalim.
Let's hope they're okay. Hopefully. Either that or Lubor had to sacrifice himself. Okay, looks like they survived.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubor, sit. Clive.
Yo.
Clive! What?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it.
We saved Dalimil.
And you almost let it die.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did.
Damn right.
And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil
Now
needs
they
you.
realize.
So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are.
Now they
Man
understand.
Saved Dalimil twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
2?
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start.
That's true.
Unity is the key to defending Dalimil. And I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together. Just as we did today.
So what's the second one?
You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted.
Okay, that's fair.
Well then.
But kids, you two are the real MVPs of this.
Do I get some sort of special hat?
Special hat. Oh well, all's well that ends well at least. Hey yo, Curry, welcome to the stream. Just doing some side quests in this game at the moment because there's a lot of side quests, especially once you get to the later half of the game, especially before the finale. Real MVP? Oh, I'll talk about the kids. Basically, this guy, he's the mayor of the town, but he was also a bearer, aka a slave, which a lot of people started hating at first. And I almost didn't listen to him when he was telling them that their town was in danger. When is Trails into Reverie? Sometime next week. Apparently there's a ability link bug, so even if I had it, I wouldn't be playing it anyways. But it should be coming next week. And it's not on my end. It's because of NIS America, since for some reason they did some store migration to their online store a few weeks before Reverie's release. And that delayed a lot of pre-orders, mine's included. Some have been getting theirs this week, or some have gone theirs earlier this week. I should be getting mine tomorrow, though. How's it going, Curry? Hope your week's been treating you well. Right now, we're just doing a bunch of side quests at the moment, though.
I knew I was right not to give up on Lubor. He'll make a wonderful mayor. You mark my words.
He served the town well.
City's terrible and the worst is yet to come. Oof. Sorry to hear about that. Work-related or just stuff in general?
How about a few spicy sausages to put in your pot?
Hopefully, well, we are halfway through the week. Oh, the job-related. I can see that. Busy season, or are they just not treating you well this time around? Such.
Anything I can
Or any other personal reasons why you don't want to stay, which, like I tell you, that's pretty much why I left my old job and why I'm at my current job at the moment now.
Excellent choice. Go with Gilbert.
Because I know you were working to try to make your current job a permanent job, but I guess something's been happening to where you're not just getting that satisfaction. Which, hey, we all like. From personal experience, I understand what it feels like, which is why after some of my favorite people left my old company, I was starting to look for a new place too, because I started realizing CEOs and executives are super greedy. I'm honestly not surprised about that, sadly, since I know that's sort of a common trend for a lot of things, unfortunately. Okay, I see. So a lot of decisions you just disagree. They don't. Well, they may be at the higher branch, but they don't really understand what's going on at your level and such. So misjudgment on their part, but they're telling you to do certain things some ways and such. And they're just looking for ways to make profits at that point. I can see it. So poor. Oh, they were at... Oh, that's even worse then. That's even worse. If they were at your level and then climbed up. And now suddenly are acting like something else.
Has assumed full control of the
Even if they started at your level.
Every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded. So Philippe was compelled, and though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist, so I was wondering if you...
Okay.
Of course. Whatever you need.
And they got greed. Yeah, corruption, all that other stuff. Which is unfortunate. When money blinds people.
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Like they don't care about the well-being of your employee. They don't. I assume they don't. It's like they don't care about your well-being. They don't care about.
Your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very
Oh.
well.
You don't feel respected.
I trust you'll forgive me.
I assume. A lot of the other things which, well, stuff you will want, like, want satisfaction of with your job.
As you know,
Being treated like a
father is
human
most
being
overbearing
and such.
supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against
Which-
his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be
After
swayed
mutual
by
respect,
reason.
but then they don't give it. They don't give it back to you. I
He must be
assume.
made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who
would make him do this?
Okay, yeah, they're just expecting it out of you, but not the other way around. Not the other way around.
To join us, we would
Yeah,
surely have
I
the
see what
strength
you
to drive
mean.
him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what
But
is
yeah, if you're
called
dealing
for.
with that kind of shit,
Unless you are content to see your people
I definitely would.
downtrodden and
I would. I
dispossessed.
would quit on the spot,
My father
honestly.
would have it that citizens exist only
I wouldn't
to
even give them a
serve the
2-week
Empire,
notice at that point.
that they should be forced to make every
Because at that
sacrifice
point,
to
I would
ensure her
never want to
revival.
come back, and
But
yeah.
he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people.
They keep opening new.
He's always been
Damn,
like this.
opening new stores?
Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride
Okay, yeah.
roughshod over the
Don't worry. I'm
conflict
not.
any
I'm not
longer.
gonna really remember that.
must
Don't worry. I won't
fight
remember that specifically.
by all
I don't know what
possible
store you're talking
means.
about, so I won't inquire. Don't worry. I'm not gonna talk about it anywhere else.
Purpose is to
Your
provide
secret's safe with me.
detention in Northreach, not
But
to stoke it.
I think at the end of the day, I do agree. They're making decisions that you're not agreeing with. They're sort of treating you as just ways to make profits over an employee's well-being, giving them satisfaction on working the job, and all that other stuff.
Falsehood.
Stuff that would make you not only want
But I see that your mind is made up.
to stay with the job,
If you will extend
stay
me
with
the
the
same
job,
courtesy.
but also make you
Happy to
feel
good day.
welcomed as well. Or like they're not doing much to make you want to stay at your place.
But unfortunately for
They
us,
pretend,
that
but they don't.
spirit
Yeah,
is only
pretty much
likely to
essentially,
harden the Duke's resolve.
they're not treating you well,
Seal the fate
which
of this town. This is all about
feels so weird since this is something I pretty much learned in high school. You need good management and all that other
yes.
good good leadership and good management in order to like not only satisfy your employees so they're okay with making money, but also making it feel like they belong so they feel more motivated to want to stay at the place to keep working and potentially help grow. Or leadership. Yeah, leadership then in this case. It's a similar idea, but definitely on like the very upper end with like your CEO and executives, like you mentioned. Since I know managers, I assume like they're doing the best they can to make it work for you and such, but there's only so much they can do.
Your town needs you.
Even though they want to, it's just unfortunately they can't do it enough at that point. Which, I guess in your case, I can see why it sucks, since you probably have managers trying to make it work and then all about money. Yeah, I get where you're coming from though, and I'm not gonna ask anything specific and such.
If you're a true son of Northreach, you must.
That's exactly what I'm trying to, at least. The land is crawling with feet.
Even when our true enemy is hiding.
Either way, if there's stuff like there's stuff you're disagreeing with, as well as
Thank you so much
not
for your
feeling that satisfaction at your place anymore, or you're losing that reason to want to stay at your place,
Cornered you too, then.
I would definitely leave ASAP as well if I was in your boats.
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fermenting.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend.
Wait, oh, reducing your wage and oh yeah, F that. Definitely leave.
Right as always.
And I guess
In fact,
just to ask,
you're just the
did they
man.
start laying off a lot of people as well, or
Sightings of
a lot of people as well in that case?
They're back.
Seems that way.
Alongside that,
We haven't been able to confirm anything yet.
or
If
did they
you're
like
willing,
fire
You could go and see what's
or
what.
cut? Okay, well, oh yeah, at that point you might as well leave then. If they're
One
giving
of
you
the
less
sightings
time.
places them somewhere on its shores.
I assume it's the case even if you're a full-time employee, right?
Thank you, Clive.
Well, which at that point they force you to
I'll
be a
look into one of
part-time
the other
employee,
sightings. Let's rendezvous
which
back here
pretty
later.
much, like you mentioned, saving money, being greedy, essentially. Yeah, I get where you're coming from there as well. Oh yeah, so even if you're working the same hours, you're doing you're doing more than what others would be doing. And if you're being paid less along the way, that's messed up too. That is 100% messed up. And yeah, oh, and you're right. Yeah, that's messed up either way, regardless. Yeah, it's fairly unreasonable. Which, I was more of a manager side when I left my job, but that was what my job was essentially doing to my team, essentially. And having some friends that were in the lower levels, I was pretty upset with what they were dealing with as well. And the worst part, like, I can't really do much to help them either, just because with what my old job was doing. And the worst part is, like, the part where I mentioned layoffs and such, that's pretty much what they were doing to some people at my old company. They were actually laying off people. Which didn't make sense, especially when we were at a point where we did need more people to work, to help manage the workload. But because we had less. Say that you get sick, you're unreliable. Oh yeah, at that point, they don't even see us. Not only a degree, they don't even see you as a human being. That's not the kind of leadership I would want to work under, or help work with. And definitely it's even worse when you mentioned they started in a similar position as you, or the exact same position as you, and got up, but because of money and all that other stuff. Like money-wise, you can see why. Which, hey, business is a business. I can see why, but at the same time, which kind of like, I feel like we never really dealt with the problem of COVID and all that other stuff. We definitely just more so just got used to living with it, which granted, thankfully, it's probably not as threatening now, just because of the fact we have vaccines everywhere and such. So it's definitely gone down, to say the least.
But it seems the reports were true.
But yeah, at that point, it's like they're not treating you like a human being, and as you mentioned, they're just in it for the money.
But what would they do in we might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other.
They are doing it backwards for how to be profits according to economics, which.
Stirring up ill feelings.
I think it's just asinine regardless of their reasoning, just because of the fact that they're not treating you like a human anymore at that point.
This is exactly what the Dane was afraid of. I'll do it. Be careful out there, alright?
Don't worry, I'm not like...
Lower cost is not equal. 100%. 100%.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear.
You can maintain the cause, but not try to control it. Mm-hmm. Yep.
How will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire.
Truth be told, I'll admit, it's making me think about my economics class and such, but I do agree. Lowering costs alone is not enough to make profits.
Perhaps we could, Father.
It's definitely not enough.
Not if it is built on the
I'm trying to remember examples, but I definitely get what you mean.
Let us not quarrel in
Exactly.
You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates.
Like,
The threat that your sword
cool.
has yet
Oh
to
yeah,
rid
it's very
us
much
of.
in your situation what you said, which I definitely remember my class. Yeah, less productivity. Like, let's say,
Filled my daughter's head with your heresy.
let's say you,
Be corrupted.
hmm,
Your
one
daughter's
cook
opinions
and then
are her
one
own,
grill,
as you would know if you had ever.
but then you
dared
have
to
like
listen to
lines of people to meet.
At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud.
Let's say,
Northreach
because you
deserves
can't keep up
better
with the
than
demand at that point.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla.
And let's say, yeah, yeah, I can't come up with the words exactly, but
Slut of Twinside who
it can,
wedded a branded.
which is like, yeah, and demand drops as well.
Jealous, are you?
Like, you pretty much need a balance at some point. Like, obviously, you don't want to too much because at that point you're spending too much on it to where you're not going to be making a profit.
Coming south from Oriflame. Hundreds
But then
of
you don't want to
too
spend
many to
too little and not have enough to deal with it at the same time. You need a balance. Yeah, now I'm remembering it because of my economic. I'm remembering it now.
We will retreat to Caer Norvent and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order.
Equilibrium. Yeah, that's the term. It's been so long since I've taken an economics class, but I was trying to remember the concept. Yeah, which it's definitely reminded me of. Damn. Now it makes me wonder. Oh, you major in econ, gotcha. I'm an accounting major, but I did have to take econ classes, so I remembered it to a degree. It's just nothing I think of off the top of my head. But yeah. I just couldn't remember exactly how it was, but actually, you mentioned that, I was like, okay, yeah, now I remember. Which, for what it's worth, I actually enjoyed the econ classes I've taken.
Common
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
Because she's one with the people. Miner's like, econ's pretty abstract. Oh yeah, it's like, about, pretty abstract, it's about balance. Oh yeah, I agree 100%.
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from,
Well,
there'll be
anyways, I
someone there
guess.
to meet them.
See, well, since you started mentioning it, I can also see, like, having less people to do less people to do the work for many is already one case. Okay, but
Thank you, milady.
well, money in regards to what your CEO/executives think is safe, making a better profit, but like you mentioned, they pretty much have it backwards and such.
Can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
And well, going back to where, well, I know you mentioned you didn't want to talk. You shouldn't have talked about that, but the part with the stores, yeah, it makes a lot more sense to me now.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
Which, under the right circumstances, it could work, but from what you pretty much talked about, yeah, it's not gonna work. 100%. It's just a way to get employee turnover is definitely gonna increase at that point. And then how the business survives, well, I assume in your case, you're gonna be long gone before then. And I wouldn't fault you, and honestly, I'm surprised you haven't quit it at this already now at this point.
There are so many of them.
That's why you see so many different brands, but they are under the same. Yep, 100%. I'm just gonna take care of as many as I can.
It's
Zero choice and illusion. Yep.
Is it over? No. It's only just begun.
Am I a CPA? I want to work on it at some point. But like I said, I've taken econ and such in college when I had to, so yeah. Oh no, I'm not. Look, if I did engineering, I think I would not be able to build anything since they, well, I would definitely get lost and stuff in general pretty easily, especially with specifics. It's never been my cup of tea either, so. Like, I can see it being more interesting, but I thought it was something I would want to go for, but then I learned about counting, and I was like, I'll go for this instead. Or at least, like, with comp sci, I like how it looks, but I would not be able to code for the life of me. Unfortunately, we're not really hiring, in my case. It's private accounting, in case you're wondering. So it's not like a accounting firm, obviously. Maybe in like HR or other roles, maybe, but unfortunately, I don't think we have. It might be. Honestly, not too sure. Oh, I actually survived that somehow. Phew. But yeah, this is definitely the part that sucks, though. Trying to find a new job ASAP. Which I know the last time you quit your old job, at least you were able to
That looks to be the last of them.
sustain yourself for a bit before finding your current one.
Better hurry back to town.
You like to try and people's mind? Oh, so like, okay, like a trainer of some sort. Like a mentor-like role, I assume?
Clive, it's good to see you. And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your
Nothing
men
like
fare?
that. I can feel that.
We ended up fighting for our lives down by
Which,
the lake.
for what's worth, I was serving a similar position with,
And the girls of the Vale can't put right.
well,
Glad to
I
hear
was in a similar position like that at my old job, which was why I didn't mind working at my previous job that much. Even though my wage could have been higher, I didn't have that satisfaction of working there, but once things changed and such, it just wasn't the same for me, so
And I was
yeah,
wrong
that's why I left.
about everything. I had thought that the only way to
They,
unite the people was
yeah,
under the banner
back with
of
your
empire.
place. Sort of a shame to see.
That without a strong hand,
Seeing people that started from the same place you were, and then getting greedy with money to the point where they started to just lose track of how economics actually works.
not by force,
That is a shame, honestly.
not by simply being one of them.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Emperor. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire.
As did you, Sabine. His radiance said it. I forgot that.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things if I only wanted you to understand how I felt.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. I should have listened to you.
Your Eminence, your ladyship. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity, and we may yet achieve it. Will you join us?
Yes.
Okay, so it was gonna be street sides here.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that is
What happened with all the corporations got their record-breaking profits during the pandemic?
To any soldier in need of relief.
Okay, that's
And
true.
today
There
are more
was
than
that.
ever before.
Oricon has been manipulated. That is true. That definitely did a lot.
Madame Isabel is a rare. Indeed, I see that it is not men like.
All right.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can, and that goes for you. You're one of us now.
One of you.
Well said, Captain.
Well, I should see if Isabel needs any help.
Can we get you anything?
Yeah, either way though.
No need to worry any longer.
Definitely sounds like a time to get off before the ship actually sinks.
How goes the treatment of the wounded?
In your case,
I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher.
because with their thinking and leadership,
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, would I sense you would rather have died if, for you, madame, I have all that.
what do you have to say though?
I was Carla then. Caught so sought after was I that it was, alas, those halcyon for naive as I fell in love with a bearer.
Oh.
He was my master's guard. The gentlest man. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking, and so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to.
Damn.
We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last.
This is touching.
We found ourselves here, in Northrop. It was the veil that fed us. Those that could be healed, at least.
He passed away.
He did, but at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end.
You have a feeling what? Yeah, and considering
Generosity of this town.
basically by how economics work, that we're pretty much taught in well, maybe high school. I learned it through college because back in high school I took the health pathway, not realizing I'd be more of the business pathway.
And so I swore that I would.
But yeah, no worries. You already gave me a good idea of what you mean. Just by reminding me about economics and what we're pretty much taught in college.
To the veil.
It just sounds like you should just get off before the ship actually sinks. Since that's what it looks like at the moment.
Sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either.
It's within 5 years.
It will not be easy to keep Northreach together.
Yeah, I can see it. Like, sure, it definitely takes time before it actually happens, but
the people, the soldiers,
with their backward thinking alongside with how you're treated, yeah.
We have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Of course. I definitely wouldn't want to deal with that either way. And they opened up my mind. Ooh, signboards. Nice. Okay, so we've done all of the side quests outside of our hideaway. Now we have pretty much 2 more side quests here, but before I do that, let me just go reclaim some rewards. But damn, 4-hour stream that I wasn't expecting to do tonight. Pirate Corporation said they can do what they want. And true, but again, with their backward thinking and such,
You earned this.
I wouldn't fault you for wanting to leave at all.
I may have more for you.
I don't really need this, honestly. Which I can relate to as well. Well, my companies are pretty much, well, the last company I worked at was a private company. Because of your boyfriend? Oh, he's the reason why you got the job? He's the reason why you did get the job as well? Okay, yeah, now I can see it gets a little complicated at that point.
I was wondering when next you'd visit.
Well,
Ah, yes.
guess it's hard to say at that point.
Indeed. Then go. I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them.
Using your mouth. Yeah, as long as you're doing that. That's good.
Find for you today. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Yeah, but regardless, though. Maybe they'll see. Maybe. Well, maybe they'll. Something can happen. They'll realize what they're doing is wrong at some point. But only time can tell. Even if they'll probably be fine. But whether you stay with them or not is pretty much up to you at this point. Yeah, these cycles are nice though, I won't lie. Well, I'm in the OC area actually, so yeah. I'm not that far. I mean, I've been to LA a few times though, but I pretty much am usually everything I do is pretty much in the OC area. We went to the OC quite often for Disneyland. I'm not too far from Disneyland, but I've never been much of a Disneyland person personally. Nothing against it, just not for me. One of my friends did go recently since he bought one of those key passes for Disneyland. Or co-workers, more so. I don't really need that. I might as well buff this. Because why not? Like, I might drive up to LA or Riverside time to time for something, but I'm usually doing stuff in the OC area otherwise. Anyways, we got through so many side quests today, to say the least, and the sad part is we're not done. We pretty much have 2 more here. But holy shit, this took a while. 4.5 hours, and it's 1 a.m., which means I need to actually get to bed soon for work and such. So, I think this is where I'm going to call it for the night. I will be back on Friday, though, with more Final Fantasy 16 work, since I'm actually near the end of this game. And that's when I intend to actually beat it myself. Already? I've been live for almost 4.5 hours, Curry. And if I didn't have to work tomorrow, I wouldn't mind staying up, but I'm finishing it Friday regardless. Alright then. Think you're listening to Rand and you talk about? Of course, Curry, of course. Of course. Which I definitely get frustrations with dealing with higher-ups and such. Though, granted, ours were pretty much for very different reasons entirely. Which, granted, I didn't know. I can't say I really knew exactly what my former company's intentions were when they did stuff like laying off a lot of people. Which, maybe they were thinking about saving costs, but in regards to putting more workload on the lower level people, I definitely understand that, and that was one of the things that did get on my nerves. So yeah, I at least get where you're coming from in there, as well as what your higher ups are thinking about with the CEO and such. But regardless though, hope you're able to figure out something out for yourself, Curry. Hopefully, which even if they do survive, even if they are still around and such after, which who knows? We'll see. Anyways, that'll be it for me for tonight. You don't worry, Curry. You don't have to say anything else, because, like, for that alone, I already understood what you're talking about. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, I'll be back Friday. More Final Fantasy, hopefully the finale of Final Fantasy 16. And then, sometime this weekend, I do plan to do Street Fighter 6 streams. As one being a tournament run as well. But I'll see how I feel at that point. I'm not sure if I will, but granted, this is going to be one of the last weekends for it. I probably will do it. But we'll see. But regardless, for everyone that stopped by, thank you for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Till then, take care everyone, and have a good night.